of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Southwest.
After a successful road swing, skipper Jeff Bannister threw down the challenge to play better at Globe Life Park. Protect your house. The 26th player is your home crowd. His team responded by winning 3 of 4 against the Red Sox. Now, Yovani Gallardo will try and lead your Rangers to a series win as they take on the White Sox. Next on Fox Sports Southwest. Texas Rangers baseball is presented by AT Fugers TV. Now, another great evening here at Globe Life Park. Rangers and White Sox getting set to wrap up this 3-game series tonight. It's the rubber game of the set as the Rangers host Chicago. And welcome in, everyone, along with Tom Greaves, Steve Busby. Glad you could join us on this Thursday night for Rangers baseball. The White Sox in town. Rangers trying to win another series. It would be their 4th in a row. And tonight, speaking of 4s, they have veteran Yovani Gallardo, who has been very good in his last 4, Tom.
He has, Buzz, and I think when the Rangers signed Yovani, they were looking for a veteran starter who would take the ball every 5 days and give you consistent performance, solid performance, and that's pretty much what Yovani has been all season long, especially so in the last 4 starts. 3 out of 4 wins, a nice 3.38 ERA, good strikeout to walk ratio. If you had to nitpick, I think the one thing Yovani might say, like to pitch a little deeper into the ball game, keep the pitch count down, get past the 6th inning. But he's been solid, exactly what the Rangers were looking for.
Yeah, a veteran presence on that staff to go along with Colby Lewis. So Yovani Gallardo getting his 12th start of the year here tonight. And Mitch Moreland and company trying to put some runs on the board early against the White Sox. We'll be back with the starting lineups and the first pitch right after this on Fox Sports Southwest. Texas Ford dealers. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer now for great deals on America's best-selling brand. Ford is the best in Texas. By AT UVerse TV. UVerse has more live TV channels on the go than cable. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Another nice evening. A few high clouds floating by. A brisk breeze out of the southeast, about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Rangers looking for a win in the rubber game of this three-game series. Before we get things underway, let's head down and check in with Emily Jones.
Well, Buzz, the Rangers would like to end this homestand on a high note. There have been plenty of highs and a couple of lows so far. And, of course, they would like to, as I mentioned, end it on a high note. But the injury situation is where the lows have come, both to Adrian Beltre and Josh Hamilton. Jeff Bannister says it just needs to even itself out.
We got to continue to play, and that they'll be back. But somebody's got to step in and step up and move us forward. And we just need for guys to continue to play the game of baseball. We have quality players, guys that are very capable of doing some really significant things on a baseball field, and continue to play together and believe in each other.
And it's something we've heard the last couple of nights, both from the guys and from the skipper, that all of this started in spring training, about being the next man up, about acting as one complete team on the big league roster as far as spring training is concerned. And that's why the transitions for so many of these young guys have been so smooth. And so it's kind of a message that you hoped you wouldn't have to rely on, but one that Jeff Bannister is putting into play now, guys.
All right, Emily, thank you. Yeah, better to be prepared for the worst and hope for the best. So Yovani Gallardo out there, and Tom's going to tell you now about the Amica White Sox lineup that he will face.
White Sox will start off with the center fielder, Adam Eaton, followed by the left fielder, Melky Cabrera. Jose Abreu is the DH. The first baseman batting fourth, Adam LaRoche. Avisail Garcia is in right field. Alexi Ramirez, the shortstop. Batting seventh at third base is Gordon Beckham. The catcher, Tyler Flowers, bats eighth. And batting ninth is the second baseman, Carlos Sanchez.
And we'll take a look at the progressive scouting report for Yovani Gallardo. The numbers on top there for you. He's been on a good roll of getting a lot of ground balls lately. Nearly 50% of the balls put in play have resulted in groundouts. And he needs to take advantage of this White Sox team, which can be aggressive. Early in the count, they love to go up there hacking, and Yovani knows how to use that against a team that likes to swing the bats. So here we go. Adam Eaton will get in and start things off. And the first pitch of the game is outside for ball one. Eaton a .234 average with 3 home runs and 10 driven in. Minimal time against Yovani Gallardo for the White Sox center fielder. There's a strike. 88 degrees at game time here tonight. And the humidity a little bit high, as you would expect after the month of rain that fell on the Metroplex and most of Texas. That pitch inside, 2-1 now to Eaton. White Sox come in 5th place in the American League Central. They are 6.5 games out of first place. 24-27 is their record. Hit hard out to Elvis. Comes up nicely for him as Elvis stays with it. And that is out number 1. So let's take a look at the rest of the Ranger defense tonight. Delivered to you by DeMontron RV. Outfield this evening, and it is a speedy one for the Rangers. You got DeShields in left, Martin in center, Chu is in right. Moreland at first, Alberto at second. You saw Anderson short. Joey Gallo back over at third, and Robinson Chirinos. Nice to see the catcher back behind the plate tonight after missing last night's game. Got hit on that right hand a couple of times. Here's Melky Cabrera, and he takes strike one. Cabrera, a switch hitter, batting from the left side, a .238 average, .236 average, excuse me, on the outside corner. Dana DeMuth, by the way, calling the balls and strikes tonight. Dana considered pretty much an even umpire as far as favoring pitchers or hitters. Has a fairly consistent strike zone. He has been in the league a long time. He is the crew chief of this 4-man crew here tonight. 1-2 pitch from Gallardo. ripped foul down the first base side. Giovanni pitching here at home, and remember, he had not ever pitched in this ballpark until joining the Rangers and getting the start this year. He's 3-2 in his 5 starts at home this year. Chopper right back up the middle. Cabrera got it by Gallardo, and the center of the diamond was pretty well vacated. Cabrera going to second, and he is in safely. That's going to be a single and an error on Leonis Martin.
Yeah, he just kind of split the difference up the middle on that off-speed pitch. Martin on the routine ground ball just did it a little bit nonchalantly, a little bit careless. Lacked the concentration to catch the routine ground ball, missed it, and gave up the extra base.
Well, for the Rangers now, that's the 46th error they've committed this year. That is second most in the American League. Only Oakland has committed more miscues.
Yeah, that was just one that I think you take for granted you're going to catch that ball. It's not even bouncing. Just must have taken his eye off it, went off the side of his glove.
No, that puts Cabrera in scoring position for Jose Abreu. A big cut and a foul tip. It is 0-1. Abreu got back into the lineup last night. The Rangers would have preferred that he waited another couple of days, but he had his 9th home run of the year to dead center field last night.
Yeah, their lineup is just obviously not the same without him. He's the big guy in the middle of the lineup that makes everybody around him better and gets the big hits when you need them and hits the long ball.
1 ball, 1 strike.
I added up those 2 years we were talking about last night, Buzz, against Cuban competition in 2011 and 2012. If you add those years up, it's about 1 full season, 500 at bats, a little bit less than a major league season. He hit .420 with 68 home runs and 192 RBIs. Spread it out over 2 years, but essentially it's 1 full season.
That's some pretty good production.
It is, and last year he was a rookie. He hit .317, hit 36 home runs, and knocked in 107. So he proved that he was the probably premier power hitter in Cuba, and he was one of the premier power hitters in the American League last year as a rookie.
3 balls and a strike. Yeah, and it didn't take long for his reputation to get around the league either. The White Sox were a little bit limited offensively what they could do, and you have to give Abreu credit for putting up those numbers when people basically stopped pitching to him the second half of the season when he could hurt them. 3-1 the count to him here. And ball 4. He takes the walk.
Well, he probably lost the opportunity to hit in that at bat when Cabrera went to second on the air and first base was opened up. He pitched much more carefully than he might have been with a man on first base instead of a man on second base.
Yeah, and even with the left-handed hitting LaRoche coming up following him, that's not protection for a guy like Abreu.
No.
Abreu very much a run producer, and if you have that first base open, you're not going to take a chance on getting behind early with him hitting. That's not to say LaRoche won't beat you from time to time, but you have to take your chances with him as opposed to Abreu. LaRoche a .238 average. Adam, the veteran first baseman / DH, 6 home runs, 22 driven in. LaRoche, a modest 3-game hitting streak coming into play tonight. He's had a good road trip. This is the 11th game of this trip for the White Sox. LaRoche has gone 12 for 37. A couple of home runs, 6 RBI. Up there now with Cabrera at second, Abreu at first. Rangers in an overshift. See Elvis Andrus right there at second base. Now he'll back up to the rim of the outfield grass. Fly ball pretty well hit to right center field. Chu and Martin is Shin-Soo Choo to make the catch. Tagging at second, moving on to third is Cabrera. Abreu staying at first, and that is out number 2 on a pretty long fly ball to right center.
Yeah, fortunately, LaRoche got underneath this ball a little. He's a pretty good middle of the order guy. He's got some power. Doesn't have Joey Gallo power, and that's why this one stayed in the ballpark. He got it a little bit underneath it a little bit, hit a little bit too high, maybe slightly toward the end of the bat.
The runners now at first and third. Avisail Garcia. And right fielder, a .309 average. That's good for 8th in the American League. 4 home runs, 18 driven in. Gallardo's first pitch to him is in for strike one. Garcia, in the last 6 weeks or so, since the 24th of April, been a .333 hitter, .330 hitter. Going back over that span, that's the 4th best in the American League. 1-1 the count. White Sox as a team starting to put things together offensively. That's one of the reasons why they've been able to go 5-5 on this current road trip, and they've also won 10 of their last 15 on the road. They've hit .265 in their last 16 road games. 1-1 pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
A little bit extra on that one. High fastball, 90 miles an hour. There was a day when Giovanni got to the big leagues, first got to the big leagues, where his fastball was more in the probably 92 to 95 mile an hour range. So he has to compensate for that. And like you said, Buzz, he's throwing more sinkers, getting more ground balls now.
Just off the inside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And there's that 2-seam fastball that you see the movement from that shot. Moving off the plate inside. That's become a very effective weapon. Giovanni started to throw that. Probably 3/4 of his fastballs now are the 2-seam variety. As opposed to, like you were saying, Tom, that 4-seamer, which he were mostly last time after signing and getting to the big leagues. Robinson Chirinos out in front of home plate to let everybody know on the infield what they're going to do if Abreu takes off from first. Got runners at first and third. Robinson back down behind the plate. He will flash the signs out to Giovanni Gallardo. Right-hander sets. Full count now, and with 2 outs, that means Abreu will be off and moving from first on the pitch. If Garcia is able to keep this inning alive, Alexei Ramirez, the shortstop, waiting in the on-deck circle.
Giovanni's trying to get the ball in on Garcia. He's got it in a couple of times. He just missed, though, a little bit off the plate. If you're going to miss to him, want to miss off the plate like he has.
Runner on the move, payoff pitch is fouled away. Abreu will retrace his steps. Yeah, they're not making a secret of where they're going to work Garcia. They want to keep that fastball in tight to him, prevent him from getting those arms extended. You know, we talked about it the other night, Tom, about the comparison between Garcia and Miguel Cabrera.
It's amazing how much they look alike.
And the same approach to him, too. You want to prevent those guys from getting their arms extended, strong as they are. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. Gallardo almost got the swing from Garcia, but Garcia checking the swing just at the last second. And that loads the bases for Alexei Ramirez.
I think that's a good call. His hands went through the zone, but the head of the bat lagged behind his hands enough to where it would appear that Paul Nart's call at first base was the correct call. Close.
And there's the shot the umpire gets.
Yep.
From that angle, you can see what the umpire saw, and that bat head, as you said, Tom, really didn't get out there into the hitting area.
That view kind of shows the kind of concentration that an umpire has to have on every pitch.
Right.
For a right-hand hitter, if you're at first base, because you have that call might come up on every pitch, and you have to be prepared to say whether he swung or whether he didn't swing. You can't daydream. You can't look away. You got to be focused right on the hitter every pitch, so that when it comes up, you're ready to make that call.
Alexi Ramirez, that .226 average. He has 21 RBI. That's the most for an American League shortstop. 1-0 pitch to him. Now 2 balls and no strikes. Ramirez, the opportunities with the bases loaded in his career, 6 grand slams. This season he's 2 for 8 with 4 runs driven in.
He's in an ideal situation right here. 2-0 count. Looking for a fastball, I would have to think.
And he gets one, drives it to left center field. Leonis Martin has it tracked down and makes the catch. Now, Ramirez gave it a ride, but Leonis able to run it down near the track, and the White Sox leave the bases full on a couple of walks and a hit. No score after a half inning. Board. Now the Rangers come to bat, and here's Tom to tell you about the Southwest Airlines Texas Rangers lineup.
Well, for the Rangers, Delino DeShields again leads off. Shin-Soo Choo is batting second in right field. The DH, Prince Fielder, is batting third. Mitch Moreland is at first base. Elvis Andrus bats fifth at shortstop. Joey Gallo gets the start at third base. Robinson Chirinos back in the lineup at catcher. Batting eighth, a center fielder, Leonis Martin. And hitting ninth, Hanser Alberto, the second baseman.
And that Ranger lineup will face Carlos Rodon. He is a young man out of North Carolina State University. He was drafted this time last year out of college. Mid-90s fastball, good slider. He'll throw at a couple of different speeds. And command has been an issue off and on for him. Now, last time against the Astros, he did not walk anybody. But he'd been averaging about 4 or 5 walks per start. Ranger hitters try to make him throw strikes early in the ball game. And a drive hit to right field. Going back is Garcia. It's over his head. One hop and off the wall. To second base, Delino DeShields hangs on with a leadoff double.
Well, you know, the other night, Buzz, with the right fielder playing extremely shallow, Delino hit almost the same ball. And in that particular game, the right fielder ran it down and made a nice play. This time, he gets a fastball up and out over the plate. And if you want to play him shallow to take away the base hit, sometimes you give up the double. And Delino hit it right over Garcia's head. Garcia got a pretty good jump, just couldn't quite get to it.
So Delino DeShields continues to provide a spark for the Ranger offense. His 7th double of the year.
It's been in so many different ways. You expect the bunt, the infield hit, the base hit. But he comes up in that at bat, leading off the ball game, and shows a little bit of power and drives it to the opposite field over the right fielder's head.
Well, Delino out there at second, nobody out. Shin-Soo Choo now will at least try to get him over to third base. Choo on a little bit of an offensive tear. He's a 249 now. That's the highest his average has been virtually all year. Brings in a 3-game hitting streak. 5 for 11. Last 15 home games, he's hit .377. And that pitch outside. 3 balls and no strikes. But you in the driver's seat for this at bat. He's hitting second. He'll be followed by the Ranger DH Prince Fielder. I'll remind you now, the White Sox have given up the most first inning runs in all of baseball. Ball 4. 2 aboard for the big guy.
Rodon had his best start against Houston in his last start. Pitched 6 1/3, gave up 1 earned run, didn't walk a batter. In the 2 starts he had prior to that start, he had 11 walks in 10 innings, 6 in one game, 5 in another. So his last start against Houston was a huge step in the right direction as far as control goes. He didn't walk a batter in that game.
Don Cooper, the longtime pitching coach for the Chicago White Sox, keeping an eye on things. 2 aboard, nobody out. Prince Fielder sat out yesterday for the first time this year. .355 average. That still leads the American League, and it's second in all of baseball. 10 home runs, 39 runs driven in. He takes a strike from Rodon. DeShields at second. He is trailed by Chu at first. One ball and 1 strike. Mentioned Rodon, a couple of different kinds of sliders. He'll throw a mid-80s, low to mid-80s slider that has a lot more break to it. And then he'll try to put a left-hander particularly away with a hard slider, 88 to 90 miles an hour. That fastball is low. Flowers coming up, thinking about throwing to second. But the count moves to 2-1. Last 10 ball games for Prince Fielder. .409 with 3 home runs. He has driven in a dozen. 4-game hitting streak. Rodon a couple of looks at second. 2-2. The reports on Rodon was from a hitter's perspective. Especially left-handers have a hard time picking the ball up, and I think you can see from the approach that Prince had that he didn't really see that last pitch all that well. Dive and spike. Sanchez out into center field, in to score. Delino to Shields, on to third goes Chu. And Prince Fielder with the RBI base hit. The Rangers on top 1-0.
Well, off the bat, it looked like a ball that Garcia might be able to get to, but he really didn't come close to getting to it. Go for it. Not necessarily a hard hit ball, but a well-located ball on a tough slider, down and away. Sanchez shaded him to pull the ball, wasn't able to get back toward the middle of the field to knock the ball down. Good try, but couldn't quite get there.
So Fielder now with 40 RBI. Mark Teixeira came into play today, leading the American League with 41. Still nobody out. Mitch Moreland at the plate. Ball 1. Moreland, 289 average. Got Chu down there at third, and over at first, Prince Fielder. Mitch, 5 home runs, 19 driven in. This is his 19th game since being activated from the disabled list after his elbow surgery. 1-0 pitch. Cut through a high fastball. Well, the White Sox continue to have first inning problems. That's the 46th run that they have given up. They have given up 46. They have scored only 14. They've given up the most and scored the fewest in the first inning of ball games. There's a slider. 1-2. Pitch back in. Rodon gets the sign and checking the runners. Got him swinging. That is the first down. Mitch not able to connect with that breaking ball. One gone. Elvis Andrews now will come up.
I definitely see how he could be very tough on a left-hand hitter with the kind of slider that he's got. A slower slider, almost a curveball, really, as much as it breaks.
Elvis, who hit third in last night's ball game, first time in his career he'd ever hit third, hit fifth for the first time night before last, and he's back in the fifth spot here tonight. A little high tight fastball. It is 1-0. Elvis 238. He has 19 runs driven in. Last 11 ball games, Elvis is close to a 300 hitter, 293 to be exact. And I guess just as importantly, he's driven in 8 runs in those 11 games. Last 6 ball games, not so much. 150 and 4 strikeouts for Elvis. 2 balls and no strikes. Rodon already getting set to throw his 18th pitch of this first inning. Elvis got the fastball and it was just far enough away where he couldn't make solid contact. 2-1. Rodon following the precedent set by Giovanni Gallardo as far as number of pitches in the first inning. That's a strike at the knees. 2-2. Giovanni had to throw 28 pitches in the top half of the first, but he got out of it by not giving up a run. Carlos Rodon cannot say that. He's already down 1-0. Left-hander is set. Got him swinging. That back foot slider. And that is the second consecutive strikeout for Rodon. 2 outs, and now Joey Gallo will get a shot.
Well, Rodon on the verge of pitching out of first and third and nobody out. Both Mitch and Elvis unable to make contact. Elvis got that good slider down and in. Pretty much just as tough a pitch for a right-hand hitter to hit as it is for a left-hand hitter. Different challenge, but equally tough.
Well, Joey Gallo stepping in. Gallo has homered in each of his first 2 major league games. And from the research that's been done, no player that folks can come up with has homered in the first 3 games that he's ever played. Well, you might see some history made here tonight. Already saw it in Joey's major league debut night before last. First Ranger ever to have 4 RBI in his major league debut. That's a strike in at the knees. Good fastball from Rodon. 1-1. Overall, Gallo 4 for 8. And the Fox tracker showing you that last fastball right at the bottom of the zone. One and 2. Saying the first player in franchise history with a home run in each of his first 2 career games. Rodon set for the 1-2 pitch. Got him swinging. Well, Rodon, after giving up a double walk single, strikes out the next 3 Rangers, and he gives up a run, but he limits the damage. After 1, Rangers on top. against the Twins, and fans will be treated to a post-game fireworks show presented by Diamondbacks, and it's set to hip-hop music. Purchase tickets in the upper reserve seating section for just $14 using the online coupon code FIREWORKS. Go to TexasRangers.com/specials. Well, Giovanni Gallardo has been given a run with which to work. Go in the dugout and say, okay, there's your run, big guy, and make it stand up.
Well, the way Rodon looked on the last 3 hitters, he might have to have one run.
That's the truth.
Yeah, and Rangers started off great. Had a run in first and third and nobody out. Man, he just slammed the door on the guys.
Apparently he got upset.
I thought we were going to sneak one in just with a ground ball or a fly ball on that. But
even a double play.
Yeah, different idea.
Gordon Beckham leading things off. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. Beckham, a .284 hitter. 3 home runs and 13 driven in. Gallardo comes back to even the count. Giovanni, the 29-year-old, originally a draft pick out of Trimble Tech High School in Fort Worth. Milwaukee Brewers selected Giovanni. And there's another ground ball right back up the middle. This one snakes its way through into center field. Well, 1 on, nobody out. Tyler Flowers coming up. We're going to check in with Jim Knox. Jim?
All right, real quick, want to remind every Ranger fan out there, especially the Baylor Bear fans, that University Days continue. That's right, when the Rangers return from that road trip, June 12th, Friday, it is Baylor night here at Globe Life Park. And Baylor Bear fans, you have the opportunity to get this beautiful Baylor. We got some Baylor fans right here. Hat, look at the nice emblem right there. But you have to go on TexasRangers.com/University Days. First 2,000 people who buy tickets will receive this nice Baylor hat. You have a ticket, you bring it to the game, they'll give you this hat. You guys Baylor? Huh? All right, give us a little Sikkim here. Sikkim Bears! Hey, not bad, not bad. This guy looks like a bear here. Look at that.
Noxie can find it, or they find Noxie.
I don't know which. I think they find him as much as he finds them.
0-1 the count to Tyler Flowers with Gordon Beckham at first base here in the 2nd inning. Flowers a big night last night. He had a 3-hit evening. He drives one to right, but that's playable for Chu. 1 gone. Back to first goes Beckham. Now the number 9 man, Carlos Sanchez.
You can tell Flowers has some power. He just reached out and flicked that ball. It shot all the way out to right field. Ball jumped off his bat last night with a home run he hit. He had 15 home runs last year from the catcher spot. Big, strong kid.
Yes, he is. Carlos Sanchez, switch hitting second baseman, now comes to the plate. Sanchez up and down a couple of times this year with the White Sox. Last 14 games, Sanchez is only hitting at 140. And Gallardo comes right after him with strike 1. Had a 2 RBI game last night. That established a career high for the young man.
Sanchez was hitting .340 in the minor leagues. Hot down there.
One ball and 1 strike. Well, sometimes you find that you make that trip from the minors to the majors and part of your equipment doesn't get packed with you, and that's might be your hits. Gets left in the minor leagues.
Yeah, a little tougher to hit up here.
Yeah.
I think the first hurdle a young hitter has to overcome is the feeling that he belongs and that he knows he can hit up here. For most hitters, there's just a little bit of doubt when you get here until you prove it to yourself. And it's tough to do when you're 6 for 43.
Yeah, whatever doubt you had is going to be amplified a bit.
Yep.
Sanchez was the International League Player of the Week twice down at Charlotte, both times in April. 2-1 pitch, popped up. Chirinos off with the mask, has room, and he makes the catch. No, 2 out, back to the top of the order. Let's take a look now at our lows never stop improving feature. Yovani Gallardo, first 7 starts didn't go real well for Yovani. 2-5 with a .419. Last 4 starts, pretty good. 3-1, a .338 earned run average, 15 strikeouts, and only 5 walks. So that's a pretty good improvement for Yovani Gallardo. And, you know, a part of that, too, I think, Tom, you could talk to this a little bit, is when you make the change from the National League to the American League or vice versa, it takes a while to get your feet on the ground, doesn't it?
Well, there's new hitters. Even with interleague play, you're not playing every team. I think it's tougher for, at least on paper, it seems like it would be tougher to go from the National League to the American League where the pitcher doesn't hit.
Yeah.
You got to face tougher lineups, 1 through 9 in the National League. The bottom of the orders aren't quite as strong. Obviously, with the pitcher hitting 9th, they're not as strong. So maybe you have to have a little more concentration. You probably have to exert a little more effort. You're having to bear down on the 9th place hitter a lot more than you are with a pitcher in the National League. Some of those pitchers are pretty much automatic outs.
Sure. And a wild pitch. Chirinos did about all he could to keep that ball around home plate. But a good break, a good read and a good break by Beckham. Well, Beckham now in scoring position. Elvis keeping that tag on just in case that hand came off the bag. It didn't. 1-1 the count to Eaton. Adam Eaton grounded out to short his first time up there. Right back to Gallardo. He snares that. Quick as a cat reactions, and that'll do it. No runs a hit, 1 left for the White Sox. Inning and a half in the book. Rangers 1, Chicago nothing. Brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer now for great deals on America's best-selling brand. Ford is the best in Texas. A beautiful shot of the setting sun. Clouds just to the west of Globe Life Park. Rangers on top 1-0 as they come to bat here in the bottom of the second inning. Need the bottom third of the order to face Carlos Rodon. Robinson Chirinos takes outside for ball 1. Chirinos, you may remember, here on Tuesday night, hit by a pitch in the second inning. He got hit by a foul ball in the very next half inning. He had to come out of the ball game, and
right off the bat, he falls off his foot.
Yeah,
right while you're talking about it.
Man, such abuse his body has taken. You know, we've talked a lot of times about the number of foul tips. It seems that Robinson Chirinos takes off the mask and everything, and he does that to himself in a foul tip. Chirinos, though, 5 home runs, 20 driven in. He's having a good year offensively, power-wise. Fouls that next pitch off. Robinson on this homestand, 3 for 10 with 4 RBI. Rodon back to the plate. Left-hander has no problems getting in on right-hander, does he? You know, that cut fastball or that hard slider. Last 11 games, you see Robinson's been pretty good. 8 RBI in those 11 contests. Got him swinging. 94 moving down and away, and that's the 4th straight strikeout for Carlos Rodon. Now Leonis Martin will come up. Rodon kind of looking at that middle finger of his as if to, well, that's a danger sign. It runs a red flag up. Pitching coach will be sitting over there watching that and saying, I wonder if he's getting a blister. A butt, and it's a good one. That is going to be a base hit for Leonis Martin. The ball gets away, but Leonis didn't recognize it until it was too late. But he is aboard safely. His 5th bunt base hit of the year, and it ties him with teammate Delino DeShields for the top in the American League.
Oh, it's a pretty good idea. He's watched the last 4 hitters, 2 of them left-hand hitters, strike out against Rodon. So he goes to one of the weapons that he has, and that's the bunt for a base hit. And that's one of his all-time best right there. First baseman playing back. Never really had a prayer on that ball. And for the most part, if you're a first baseman, I don't know how you can play anything except at least even with the bag when he's up there.
Hanser Alberto now stands in, takes strike 1.
Yeah, that's all he has to do is really bunt it slowly, make the first baseman field it a little bit towards second base, and there's no way anyone's going to get him at first base.
Alberto, a .350 average. He is hit safely in his first 5 major league games. Takes outside. You're wondering back in time that Chris Davis had a 6-game hitting streak. His first 6 major league contests. One pitch. Left center field, falling in a hurry. It's down for a hit. Leonis Martin around on his way to third. He will make it standing and make that a 6-game hitting streak for Hanser Alberto. 2 on with 1 out. Let's head down and check in with Emily Jones.
Yeah, Hanser Alberto hasn't exactly gotten the attention that his 2 fellow rookies, Chichi Gonzalez and Joey Gallo, have gotten, but he says it's fine by him.
Yeah, got no problem on that. Just always like that, you know, not big, anointing guy, but you know, is that okay for me?
As long as you keep hitting the ball, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
That's all that matters, right?
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Yeah, just keep hitting the ball, and if this team just keeps winning, he says he'll be just fine not to get all the attention that the other guys are getting.
He looks like he's playing with a lot of confidence for a youngster. He's hitting .350, having good at bats, putting the ball in play, playing shortstop, second base, wherever they put him. He doesn't look like a rookie.
Hector Ortiz talking to him over there at first base.
There's that first and third, less than 2 out situation. Rangers had 3 shots at Shin-Soo Choo at third base in the last inning, couldn't get him in. Well, we got 1 out and a great opportunity for Delino to pick up an RBI.
I'm going to go with another push bunt for Delino. Pretty good opportunity for him to
got a good runner at third.
Yep. Delino had the double to right field over Garcia's head his first time. Now, you might want to call it a safety squeeze if you want, but with the Shields up there, it's more like try to bunt for a base hit. And we'll take whatever happens.
Yeah.
But Delino at .292 now with the average after that first inning double.
Good call.
It's popped up. Well, unfortunately, didn't get it on the ground, and LaRoche able to make the catch for out number 2.
Well, that's a rarity for Delano. Generally, he puts the ball down and puts it down in fair territory, but that was a high pitch. It's harder to bunt a high pitch like that on the ground than it is a pitch down around your knees. It's not the ideal pitch to bunt.
And you had mentioned the other night, Tom, about you like the ball out away from you a little bit too, and that was kind of coming in on it.
Yeah, it was kind of coming in, and I think below the waist, down around the knees, and out over the plate is the best one. That was a little bit tougher. Plus, you know, Rodon's throwing hard. Not an easy guy to bunt, especially that kind of a pitch.
Right.
That location of a pitch.
So a big second out. Now it's up to Shin-Soo Choo. Choo had a walk in the first inning. The Rangers still have some options, though, with Alberto on good speed at first, and of course Leonis Martin over at third with good speed. Choo brings in that 3-game hitting streak. Since the start of May, you go back to May 1st, Choo has been a .310 hitter. That was for a guy that entered May hitting .096. Five for 11 with a home run. Last 3 ball games here at Globe Life Park. Rodon reading the signs, and the left-hander will check the runners. There goes Alberto. The pitch is inside. There will be no throw. Alberto swipes second. And the White Sox not taking any chances of trying to throw through. Leonis read that pretty well down there at third, too. He was not about ready to get picked off. Well, the first stolen base of Hanser Alberto's career gets him into scoring position. 1 ball and 1 strike the count to Choo. 2-1.
There won't be many times that Rodon faces a lineup with 5 left-hand hitters in it. Rangers are stacked with left-hand hitters.
2-2 now.
That's one reason why losing Beltre is such a hard thing for this lineup.
Right.
Because he provides right-handed power in the middle of the lineup. Rangers don't have a lot of right-handed power. And then Kyle Blanks is on the disabled list, and Kyle, while he was active and playing for the Rangers, was providing some pretty good power. He had some good games for the Rangers from the right side.
2-2 offering. Inside, almost hitting. Oh, full count to Choo. He's able to keep this inning going. We've got the big man Prince Fielder waiting to be next. He follows Rodon, getting ready for his 40th pitch of the night. Payoff delivery. Try number 41 coming up. Yeah, the thing about Adrian being in the middle of that order, you know, he provided some protection for Fielder, especially against right-handed pitching. He really needed a pitch to him. But that right-handed bat separated Fielder and Moreland in the middle, and then Hamilton too, and break up that streak of left-handers. Plus the leadership factor. Inside, ball 4, and that loads him up.
Yeah, when you look at when the injuries came, Josh had really just started to play really well. Adrian, it's been cold in April, hot in May. Everything was really pointed up for the lineup.
Well, second straight time now that Prince Fielder has had an opportunity with runners on. 1 career grand slam is all. And I find that hard to believe, but
it really is the kind of career he's had.
Yeah. Hard hit. The diving stop by Sanchez, and he throws out Fielder. You know, Prince's bid came up just a bit short. Rangers loaded him up, but strand 3 on to the third. 1-0 Texas.
Sports Fan Express here at Globe Life Park this evening, and on board Raise Hope, and these guys and girls having a great time. You've had a big time. Got to go down on the field, Angela. What's this all about?
Yeah, we got a chance to ride the Fox Sports bus. We got a chance to meet the players and get their autographs, and we got a chance to see things we haven't seen before.
What's Raise Hope about?
Raise Hope is about building self-esteem and empowering young girls to learn about fitness and healthy living.
There you go, and you got a lot of autographs. Who was your favorite autograph on that hat?
Oh, man, Elvis! Elvis!
You like Elvis up there, big Elvis fans. All right, good to have you out here. Enjoy the rest of the game. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it, Buzz.
All right, Doxy. Elvis fan section right there. Yoki Cabrera taking strike 2, finds himself down in a 1-2 hole. Cabrera is single to center field back in the first inning. Rangers leading 1-0. They have out-hit the White Sox tonight 4-2. Call strike 3. Cabrera caught window shopping, and Giovanni Gallardo gets his first strikeout.
Good location with a fastball. One of those pitches right at the bottom of the strike zone. Right toward the outside corner. Not much Cabrera could do with it. Didn't argue the call, though. I think he felt like it was a really good pitcher's pitch.
No, base is empty, 1 away for Jose Abreu. Abreu drew a walk in the first inning. 1 ball, no strikes. Carlos Rodon talked about him looking at that index finger, the middle finger, when he was out in the mound last time. He's still
kind of a worried look on his face.
Yeah, he does. Yes, he does. I never experienced that problem. That never bothered me. I knew guys that first 2 months of the season would have blisters almost every time they pitched.
Well, Nolan Ryan was famous for a blister. They were using all sorts of things to try to counteract that. Way back when he was with the Mets. I don't know if he suffered that late in his career or not. Don't remember.
I'm trying to remember. I don't think he had him when he was a Ranger.
I don't remember if he did.
Yeah, he went all kinds of
pickle brine.
Yeah. And some more exotic ones. 2-1 to Abreu. Now 3-1.
Went inside, went outside, and just missed with both of them.
Abreu hitting third in the order, to be followed by the first baseman, Adam LaRoche. Fly ball to right. Toward the line, Chu. Long run over, but he's there to make him time to make the catch. And that is out number 2 before LaRoche comes up. Let's send it over to John Radigan for a Mazda game break.
First baseman Adam LaRoche.
Wow.
Tigers only 1 game over 500 now, and they were way over 500 in April.
And they have definitely fallen on hard times. LaRoche takes a strike. LaRoche a fly ball to right in the first inning. 236 average as he faces Giovanni Gallardo here in the third. LaRoche and Gallardo renewing their battle from the National League. 11 for 30 LaRoche against Gallardo in previous matchups.
Good location with that cutter up above the waist. Inside, maybe a little bit off the plate. Really tied him up.
Now the 1-2 pitch. LaRoche waiting, hitting out of that open stance. Pop foul back into the seats. Still 2-2. Now LaRoche and Adrian Beltre are the only players, the only active players anyway, to hit 25 or more home runs with 4 different ball clubs. Roche has been around most of his time in the National League, and of course Adrian, Dodgers and Mariners, and also the Red Sox and the Rangers. Pitch outside, 3-2. Our Fox tracker showing you the last one, not tempting enough for LaRoche. Now the payoff pitch. We'll try it again. LaRoche in his career now 249 home runs. Among left-handed hitters, that's among active left-handed hitters, that's 5th. Another 3-2 pitch coming from Gallardo. Got him swinging. Good pitch down and away. Gallardo, that's his second strikeout. And for the first time tonight, he sends the White Sox down in order. We played 2.5 at Globe Life Park. Rangers 1, White Sox nothing. The Twins right here at Globe Life Park, and the first 7,500 kids 13 and under will get to take home a cereal bowl. That's sponsored by Dairy Max. Get your tickets at TexasRangers.com and bring your kids home happy. Young lady's looking for some nachos. Hey, come on. You gotta have a little bit of those. My water's all set. And then nachos. Come on, Mom. Mitch Moreland starting things off for the Rangers here in the 3rd inning. Moreland, Andrews, and Gallo to face Rodon. That slider again, and Mitch waved at that, striking out in the 1st inning. Finding himself in a 1-1 count here in the 3rd. Laid off that one, 2-1. Now, this is kind of a left-hander's nightmare facing Chris Sale and Carlos Rodon
Sure
back-to-back nights.
And I was just thinking, as well as Joey Gallo has done, hitting a couple of home runs, having a great opener, it's not really the ideal 3 pitchers to face. Samardzija, Sale, and Rodon.
Yeah.
I mean, Rodon's a rookie, but he's got a huge arm. 3rd pick in the draft last year. Samardzija, a veteran pitcher with good stuff, and Sale's an all-star. So I think if you're going to pick 3 pitchers to face in your first 3 games, these wouldn't be the 3 you choose.
Now, I'm sure Dave Magadan has mentioned to him that all left-handers are not like these 2 that you're facing. And have a little bit of confidence that it gets somewhat easier. Here's Dave. Three and 2 now to Mitch.
One of those low pitches that went the way of the hitter.
Payoff delivery. Hit pretty well to left field. Cabrera backtracking on the track. Makes the catch. One away with the Elvis coming up. Our Kubota Power Stats tonight, talking about Carlos Rodon. 4 major league starts. He's gone 1-0. He's given up just 1 home run. Opponent's hitting .256 against him. Ranks in the top 5 among AL rookies in ERA, home runs allowed, and opponent's average. You got to like the future this man would appear to have. 1 strike to Elvis. Andrews also a strikeout in the first inning. Chops that pitch foul, and Rodon now with the advantage in the count. Had no balls and 2 strikes. Elvis 0 for 3 with a walk in last night's game. Got him swinging.
Same pitch that got him last time, that hard slider.
Strikeout number 5 for Rodon.
Okay, threw it right where he wants to. Bury it down out of the strike zone and hope that you can get the hitter to swing at it.
And that's one of those sliders that doesn't have that dot. He holds it in such that the seamless part of the ball comes out of hitter, so you don't see that dot that some guys have, or that most guys have with their slider. Big advantage, especially it's a big advantage too when you can throw about 90 miles an hour and bury it right down there at the hitter's back foot. 0-1 to Joey Gallo. Hit well to left field, down the line, slicing into the corner, and going foul off the side wall. Go back to that strikeout pitch. Watch the back of the ball. See, there is no dot that, well, there's a dot because there's printing right there, but if you're the hitter, you don't see a real small dot develop on that pitch that you do on most sliders. And that's the way he holds it and releases it. You don't get the 2 little seams spinning quickly together. There's no telltale dot that hitters can pick up. 0-2. Rodon back to the plate. Got him swinging. Ball gets away from Flowers. They'll have to record the out at first. So 2 more strikeouts for Rodon. He now has 6. Rangers go in order for the first time tonight. We have finished 3. Rangers leading by 1. Don't miss Team USA's first game as they battle Australia on Fox Sports 1. Plus games all weekend long on Fox, Fox Sports 1, Fox Sports 2, and it's all streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Fourth inning, Avisail Garcia will lead things off. And a swinging strike one as Yolani Gallardo getting pretty efficient now. That was his 60th pitch tonight, but most of those came in the first inning. He had 28 of them in that first inning. Getting a little better. Joining us, as always, here for the fourth and fifth inning, Mark McLemore. Mac, nice to see you. This game a little more conventional than it has been the last couple of months.
Yes, not a blowout just yet. You know, as a fan, yes, you want to see a lot of scoring, but as a player, you don't want to see 15-2 games, unless you're winning, of course, and getting the hits. But, yeah, that's tough when you're taking the thumping.
2-1 the count. We will officially say hello to Mark McLemore.
It's official. It's official.
There it is.
It's official. We're good.
Gallardo getting set for the 2-1 pitch. Gallo cuts it off. Long throw is high and pulls Moreland off the bag. If memory serves, that's the first ball that Joey Gallo has had his way.
Yeah, first ball he's touched.
That's strange.
Yeah.
For it to be the second game in the field, but I just knew the first game he was going to get something. But yeah, for it to be a second game out there and just getting one.
He plays the big hop. He's got the long throw. He has a strong arm. Just a little bit too high at first base. Garcia hustling all the way down the line. Mitch didn't have the luxury of going up for the ball and coming back down and getting the bag before the runner got there. Garcia got down the line quickly.
Well, that's the second Ranger error of the night. One on, nobody out. Alexei Ramirez, the shortstop, now at the plate. Gallardo paints that inside corner with strike one. Check in with Emily Jones real quick, Hen.
Well, guys, Joey Gallo, after that first game in which he, it seemed, did everything offensively that he could possibly do, admitted that he was anxious to get that first ball hit his way so he could get that too out of the way. So maybe a little apprehension there fielding that first ball there at third base.
You're talking about Joey getting his first opportunity. Toby Hara once played for the Rangers in a doubleheader at shortstop and never touched a ball.
Yeah. In 2 games?
A doubleheader.
Shortstop.
Never touched the ball.
Wow.
I say never touched the ball. He might have gotten the ball from an outfielder, you know, after a fly ball or something like that, but had no putouts, no assists in a doubleheader.
Wow. That's unheard of.
It really is.
Almost like a catcher not touching the ball at all.
0-2 the count. Pretty good breaking ball, and Ramirez leaned on it. He sure couldn't pull the trigger. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ramirez a fly ball to center. Back in the first inning. White Sox with 2 hits. 1 in the first, 1 in the second. Giovanni has had a couple of walks. Way inside. 2-2 now. Ramirez in a pretty good downturn offensively. He's hitting .097 over his last 8 ball games.
It's kind of tough. You know, you don't really expect Ramirez to have that kind of speed. I mean, he's a pretty good hitter, a pretty good player. I know everybody goes through it throughout the course of the season.
Well, it's definitely not because he's getting out of shape or fat or anything.
Definitely not that.
He looks exactly like he did 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah, for a guy that can run like that, too, that's even more surprising. You know, you figure he's going to hit a topper somewhere. He's going to be able to leg out.
All right.
Gallardo set for the 2-2. Full count now. No, nobody out with Garcia at first. A full count to Ramirez, who's hitting 6th, and followed by Gordon Beckham, the third baseman. Just as soon as I said Giovanni kind of settled down command-wise, he's gone to another full count. He had 2 of them in the first inning. And he has one here in the third or fourth. Garcia inching off the bag at first. He's on the move. The pitch is lined to center field. That's a base hit. Garcia moving with the pitch, so he's able to travel around to third. And the White Sox now, runners at the corners, nobody out for Beckham.
It's the second time in this game that Ramirez has been kind of locked into a fastball count. First time up it was with the bases loaded, a 2-0 pitch, and he hit it well to left center field, but Martin was able to run it down. This time he gets a fastball, looking, I'm sure, 3-2, and whipped it up the middle.
The third White Sox hit of the night. Around to third is Garcia. Rangers will play the infield bat with nobody out. Gordon Beckham, a base hit to center, his first time, and Alexei Ramirez will draw some attention. Beckham, the average now at 292 after that single. He started 10 of the last 11 games for the White Sox, and he has been on a pretty good streak. He now has a 6-game hitting streak. Swings through that high cutter. 0-1. Beckham in those 6 games now has gone 8 for 18. Rangers leading 1-0, and Yovani Gallardo trying to keep it right there. A ball and a strike. There's that 10-game span we were talking about for Gordon Beckham. Beckham really has been all over the infield for the White Sox. Originally came up as a third baseman and moved over to second. Played a little bit of short. His offensive numbers have kind of fluctuated over the years. One and one. Good cutter to the outside corner.
One thing Giovanni hasn't had today, he hasn't had a lot of early in the count balls put in play. Seems to be throwing a lot of pitches to almost every hitter. Have to get a couple of first pitch quick outs. 72 pitches already with nobody out here in the fourth inning.
Yeah. He's ready to the plate. Check swing, the pitch up above the bat, and no swings as Paul Nart. 2-2. Gordon Beckham originally came to the White Sox, came to the big leagues with the White Sox in 2009. Burst on the scene and hit 270. Hit 14 home runs in 103 games. White Sox figured they had a keeper, and he hasn't approached those numbers since. Outside, 3-2. So with nobody out, you would figure that Alexei Ramirez would be off and moving with the pitch. Beckham hitting 7th to be followed by Tyler Flowers. Giovanni Gallardo getting ready to throw his 75th pitch of the night. Ramirez on the move. Payoff pitch is fouled away, and we'll try it again. Ramirez asking Elvis to point him back toward first. So which way did that come from?
Elvis probably told him the dugout.
Chirinos with the signs, and Gallardo has the one he wants. Again, Ramirez on the move, and the pitch again foul back. One more of those, and he's going to have to ask for oxygen. You gotta have some of that.
You know who used to get me like that all the time? Pudge.
Fouling off pitches?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm running and, 4 or 5 times, and, he can foul pitches off with the best of them. And he'd just poke it here, poke it there. Like, please. But at least he'd give me some time to get my breath when I got back over there.
Yeah.
I think that's because he wanted me to score if he hit the gap. That's the real reason.
Yeah.
Where's Pudge? I haven't seen him lately.
I haven't either. He might have joined the tour or something.
Again on the move, Ramirez, and the pitch is skied to center field. Should be interesting. Garcia's tagging. That's a little bit deep even for the Leonis Martin. Here comes the throw. It's not in time. And with the ball game is tied on the sacrifice fly by Gordon Beckham as Garcia scores from third. Well, Beckham drives in his 14th run of the season. We are back where we started.
Yeah, even for the gun that Leonis has, that's too far. And you see it, even if the ball was right on top of the plate, just took too long to get there. There might be a couple runners in the league that you could get on that one.
Yeah, Mike Maddox out to the mound. He's having you got a full house out there for that meeting. Got everybody with an earshot. And he's even going to have Dana DeMuth, the home plate umpire, to come out and join it. Well, that meeting is broken up. Tyler Flowers, a fly ball to right. First time that he faced Gallardo tonight. The White Sox immediately able to capitalize on the error to start this inning. Counted for the run. Ramirez still at first. Tyler Flowers a .214 average. Gallardo okays the sign. Strike on the outside corner, looked like the cutter. We mentioned the White Sox, not really a running team. They've stolen 17. Look at that kickoff attempt. 17 out of 31 attempts this year. Ramirez, the team leader, with 7 stolen bases in 9 attempts. 1-1. Giovanni looking for that double play ball. Not on that one. That's fouled back behind home plate, and it's going to be into the seats.
Well, Giovanni's packing a lot of pitches into a short period of time. That was his 80th pitch already. A hanging cutter right there.
Yep. Well, 28 in the first inning and 21 already here in the 4th inning.
Hey, Giovanni's not getting the ground balls at the normal rate that he tends to get them with his sinker.
Two and two now.
Looks like Gallardo's pace has kind of slowed down a little bit. In the last couple innings, he's been pitching at a pretty good clip. But we talked about that last week. Pitchers, when runners get on base, they tend to slow down and start overthinking.
Broken bat, slowly hit. They get the out at second. That's all they'll get. Business into the bat. was foul. Headed down, picked up by Ramirez as he came off the field.
Watch it split right down the middle. Wow. He's got the length of the bat in his hand to handle. And then almost half the bat breaks off.
So Flowers takes Ramirez's place at first. 2 outs. Carlos Sanchez, who fouled out his first time, steps to the plate. Ball 1. For Gallardo, that's just his 3rd ground out of the night. I mean, that tells you that.
Well, you were saying he's usually 50%. Right?
Yeah. His stuff isn't where he stuff and command, not where he wants it tonight. Sanchez lofts a fly ball to left, and Delino de Shields is there to make the play. That'll do it, but the White Sox come back to tie the ball game. They get a run on a hit, an error, and leave 1. 3.5 in the books. We are tied at 1. Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by the Mazda 6. J.D. Power has awarded the Mazda 6 highest ranked vehicle appeal among midsize cars. Well, 1-1 ball game that run, by the way, for the White Sox, unearned. Started with the error allowing Garcia to reach, charged to Joey Gallo, and he came around to score. So Carlos Rodon back out to the hill now. He will face the bottom third of the Ranger order. Robinson, Chirinos, Leonis, Martin, and Hanser Alberto. Chirinos down swinging his first time up. Rodon with half a dozen punch-outs in the first 3 innings. You see why the White Sox were so keen on getting him to the big leagues. Rodon had his ups and downs in college at North Carolina State. He was All-American as a freshman, and apparently the velocity had some dips to it and kind of got out of shape. Some people thought he got out of shape. Maybe he was hurt. He wasn't telling anybody. But he came back his last year there to satisfy enough of those questions that the White Sox took him for the 3rd overall pick.
The White Sox had a reliever for a long time named Matt Thornton. He had kind of a similar delivery and similar fastball. Thornton didn't have the assortment of sliders that Rodon has. But he was kind of a straight over the top guy and generally came in throwing 94 to 97 miles an hour.
Three and 2 to Chirinos. That ball's hammered to left. Down the line, if it's fair, it's gone, and foul.
He smoked that thing.
Into the lower suites down the line. That was a monster shot. Just by that much.
Yeah, that guy definitely didn't plan on getting hit in the hand by a ball today.
No, he did not. So still 3-2. Got him swinging. That slider down and in, and that is strikeout number 7.
The center fielder, Leonis Martin.
Well, Leonis Martin coming up, and we'll show you what he did last time up, and we've seen him do this against left-handed. Get the measurements out there, and that is pretty perfectly placed. Any defense for that, Mac?
Put it in your pocket. That's about it.
The best defense is not to have the first baseman about 6 feet behind first base when he's up against a left-handed pitcher.
He's back there again, too, this time up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
bunt again. He should bunt right now.
Left center field, kind of slicing away from me, so he has to keep on going after it. He makes the grab for out number 2.
Yeah, in that bunt situation, when you lay down that bunt, that first baseman just cannot leave the bag unless he's coming directly in and he can get the ball and tag the runner, because if not, there's nobody for him to give the ball to. Now, especially with a left-handed pitcher, there's no way. I think the only pitcher that I know of that I can remember that could field that or fall off the mound and still get to first base is Kenny Rogers.
Yeah, right.
I mean, he was a cat. But not many guys, and, you know, I used to, and most guys like to pick on tall left-handers because they have trouble bending over and running.
Yep.
And, you know, one of the...
How about Randy Johnson?
No, I'm not butting on this.
Don't make him mad, right?
Exactly. I didn't want to wear one in the ribs. He got me one time in my back ankle, and he had the nerve to come to home plate and stand over me at 6'10" and look down on me. I'm still on the ground, just in complete pain. And he looked at me and said, "Mac, you all right?" And I'm like, "No, you just hit me with 94 in my ankle." It's like, "No, I'm not."
Thanks for asking.
Yeah. But no, no bunting on Randy.
Now Berdahl sends it to center field. It's playable for Eaton. And that is the third out. 7 straight now set down by Carlos Rodon. We have finished 4, tied at 1. Years ago today in Cleveland at the Mistake by the Lake. 10-cent beer night. Tom, you were there. Why don't you go through this?
That's Charlie Silvera, Jim Sundberg, Jeff Burrows, and Joe Levito. And they had some names. Jim Merritt, Jim Bibby, Alex Johnson in the middle, Mike Hargrove with his left hand cocked and ready to hit that guy. I was on the right. I'm not sure. Oh, that's a Cleveland player to the right. That guy that was in that picture, the fan. Whoa, that was close. Had run out on the field later in the ball game and taken Jeff Burrows' hat off his head. And Jeff had kind of turned around and taken a swing at him, and that's when the players came out on the field. But that game started off bad. The fans got there early. They were pretty much 25,000 of them drunk early. And what sounded like a good idea, 10-cent beer night, turned into a disaster. There were a lady came on the field early in the game, a big lady. They couldn't get her off the field. The umpires tried to lift her up and get her off the field. She wouldn't leave.
Is that Gaylord over there? In the far right?
That might be Gaylord. Gaylord, no, it's too thin for Gaylord. Gaylord was out on the field trying to keep peace.
Was he?
Yeah. A father and a son jumped out of the stands, ran out to second base and mooned everybody, and then ran and jumped over the center field fence. There were streakers during the game. It was just crazy. You could sense that the game was not going to go 9 innings. We had, I think, a 5-1 lead. They had a couple of men on, maybe the bases loaded. It was 5-3, and finally Nestor Shylock was the home plate umpire, and he just forfeited the game.
Yeah.
There was nothing he could do about it. And they had 10-cent beer night here in Arlington before that.
Nice play by Andrew Alberto.
And nothing like that happened, only they sold beer right. Usually, I think they cease selling beer in maybe the 6th or 7th inning now for obvious reasons. Back then, on 10-cent beer night at our ballpark, all the kids from UTA were out in the bleachers. There's probably 1,500 of them out in right field. And in the 9th inning, they all bought 2 or 3 beers, brought them back up there, and they were not going to leave until they drank their beer. So we were getting in our cars after the ball game, and there were still 1,000 people in the stands drinking. But there were no problems like there were in Cleveland during the game. The other thing that did happen, we'd had a fight with Cleveland right before that in Arlington before the team went. And so that got the fans pretty riled up. That was a crazy night.
I heard you were a little upset, though, when you got a report that the stats weren't going to count.
I didn't have many games with 2 home runs. But I had 2 in that game off Dick Bosman. And I was in the shower after the game, and Jeff Burrows came up to me and he said, "Hey, hang in there." "What do you mean?" "Oh, the stats don't count." "What are you talking about?" And so as my heart was pounding, he said, "Just kidding." So they counted.
Giovanni Gallardo gets 3 ground balls. The White Sox dispatched quickly. We played half the ball game. Chicago 1, Texas 1 on Fox Sports Southwest. Andrews, stolen base no. That's courtesy of Coca-Cola. Visit TexasRangers.com, or you can call 972-RANGERS for tickets. The bottom of the fifth inning, a 1-1 ball game here at Globe Life Park. Rangers coming to bat with the top of the order. Delino DeShields, Shin-Soo Choo, and Prince Fielder. So you didn't get the 2 home runs taken away.
No, they counted. He was kidding me, but I didn't know the rules. So for about 5 seconds I thought they didn't count.
Panic mode.
Oh yeah, it was the worst day of my life. Those 2 home runs, probably only had 2 at the time. Yeah, that was a crazy night. Unfortunately, most of the people on the field, there was 25,000 people at the game. There might have been, I don't know, 3,000 or 4,000 people on the field. But they were all happy. Most of them were laughing. Most of them were kidding around. And if it was anything other than that, it would have been, it could have been a real ugly scene.
Yeah.
Tom Hilgendorf, one of their pitchers, got hit by a chair. Someone threw a chair and hit him. But Dave Duncan was one of their players. Gaylord Perry was one of their players. And they were out there trying to keep peace. And I think the fans listened to them. And that really helped having the Indians players out there.
Delino DeShields down on strikes. That is strikeout number 8.
That wasn't even the craziest night, though. I mean, 10-cent beer night with that kind of a thing going on for 2 hours is pretty crazy. But disco demolition in Chicago was way worse than that. We weren't there for that.
Now we came in just after, maybe the next weekend or something like that. It had been I think it was on a Friday night or Saturday night. We came in and there were still pieces of record, the vinyl record embedded in the outfield.
Yeah,
they hadn't gotten out.
Somehow they thought that was a good idea, and then they started throwing them like frisbees all over the field. It became lethal weapons. They had to forfeit the second game of a doubleheader. The last game played in Washington was a fairly crazy game. Senators and the Yankees. The fans came on the field before that game was over, and they were taking the bases. They ripped the pitching rubber out. They ripped home plate out. They were digging up pieces of sod to save it. And I can't remember what happened in that. I guess the Senators were ahead and had to forfeit that game. That was a pretty crazy night too. Here is disco demolition, thanks to Kelly Donaldson.
AT&T Universe Rewind takes you back to that fun night at Comiskey Park. Old Comiskey.
You think they had a lot of people at that game?
Yeah.
Obviously, security was not a premium.
The smartest guy in the park's got a helmet on. There go the discs.
Yep. Wow. That was it.
If you brought a vinyl record, they would blow it up.
Yep. And that was just the start of it.
And then they came on the field.
Amazing.
I'd love to get the replay of Jimmy Pearsall was doing a game with Harry Carey, and he just was out of his mind complaining about that.
Well, some suggestion was out of his mind before that.
You know what? When people said that to him, he'd reach into his wallet and he had a certificate, and he said, "I've got this certificate that proves that I'm sane. Do you have that?" Jimmy was a coach for the Rangers. I think when Billy Martin was here for spring training. He was a great outfield coach, great baseball guy. He had a few problems in his playing career. Once he ran the bases backwards. Another time in Yankee Stadium, he went out, he's playing center field, and went behind the monuments and sat down and wouldn't come out. Players had to go out and get him from behind there. Kelly Donaldson was also found evidently the last game in Washington. Packed house.
This would have been 1971, is that right?
Yeah, it would have been, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Whoops. That's one of those Senators trying to round the bases on a home run. There they are trying to rip out home plate. There's the end from the Senators. Well, great job for Kelly trying to come up with those replays. Wow.
Apparently all you have to do is mention it, and Kelly's got it somewhere. He's got access to it. 1-2 to Prince Fielder. 2-2. Prince tonight has singled in the only Ranger run thus far in the first inning. A base hit taken away from him by Carlos Sanchez, the second baseman, in the second. Carlos Rodon has really settled things down as far as the White Sox pitching is concerned. He's done a great job.
Yeah, we showed all that. You know the next thing that's going to pop up there? I guarantee it. You're going to see the Kingdome explode.
Yeah, could be. There it goes. Gotta have that once a.
There's no one anyway. There's no one inside playing a game right now, but that's one of our favorites right there.
That was a beautiful day.
You didn't like the Kingdome very much, did you?
We were there playing a game one year. Actually, just before batting practice, ceiling tiles fell down right behind home plate. Canceled the game that night. Fortunately, nobody was in the stands yet. It was, too early for that. But, when you're thinking about tiles falling, those things are going to hurt.
Yep. And Fielder with his second hit of the night. Another multi-hit game for Prince Fielder. That's his 25th game with more than one hit.
If you're a left-hand hitter, that's pretty much how you have to hit this guy, is try to stay with the pitch and don't try to pull it. Go back up the middle with it. Prince has had a couple of hits today on that same pitch, a slider down and away. He served that one out on a line to center field. First time up, he had a ground ball single up the middle to drive in around on almost the same pitch.
See, Prince Fielder now 3 games ahead of Jason Kipnis, who is next best in multi-hit games in the American League. And it's also the most in baseball. Well, here's Mitch Moreland taking strike one. Mitch is strikeout in a fly ball to deep left field. I guess you can be thankful in that last game at Washington there were no taxidermy guys there. We could have stuffed the player, put him on the wall.
The one thing that always stands out when you go back into the 70s, back that far to look at a game and look at the players, is how much smaller they were than today's players.
Yeah.
We all look like Alexei Ramirez. Everybody was slim. There weren't many guys over 6'2". Elvis, Michael Young, Ian Kinsler, those guys would have been some of the bigger guys on our team, and they were our middle infielders here.
1-2 to Mitch.
Well, if I'm a left-hand hitter, I would not be thrilled having to face Chris Sale and this guy in back-to-back days. If I'm Mitch, I might even bunt if I was Mitch.
That's what you call an uncomfortable 0 for 8, maybe?
Exactly. Nothing comfortable about facing those guys if you're a left-handed hitter. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's just
Did he go? Yes, he did.
88 to 90-mile-an-hour breaking ball is just about impossible to hit.
Pitch has gone on strike. 10 strikeouts for Rodon. Rangers gone. We played 5. It's a 1-1 ball game. Mac, thanks for joining us. We'll see you after the ball game on Rangers Live. Visit TexasRangers.com/vote and vote for the Rangers as your favorite or second favorite team. And you'll get an offer for 50% off select games in August or September. Head to the web to send Beltre and Fielder and all the Rangers to the All-Star game. Prince Fielder listed as a first baseman, and right now he is, or at least at last report, he was third in the balloting. Eric Hosmer and Mark Teixeira, I believe, were the leaders. For Cabrera, I guess Miguel Cabrera was leading. Adam LaRoche 0 for 2, a fly ball and a strikeout. And Gallardo paints the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rangers a run on 5 hits. The White Sox a run on 3 hits. Ground ball into the shift. Angel Alberto throws one, and it's by Moreland. And Alberto got caught in the shift, throwing from an unnatural spot for him.
That's the risk of being out there. It's just an unnatural place to be. And even if you got a slow runner, if you wait for the ground ball, you pick it up and you say to yourself, man, I got to get something on this ball or he might beat it out. So he fields it, and now he realizes, and he hustles his throw and throws it low. He actually had a little bit more time than he played to get his feet underneath him, and threw it low and bounces by Mitch.
Yeah, I would guess you wouldn't have the same perspective about how far you are from first base when you're playing out there.
Yeah.
At least on the infield, you've got a pretty good idea of how far the throw has to travel.
It probably is even tougher if you wait for the ball and you're back on your heels from the way back there. You almost have to, it would appear, charge the ball a little bit.
Eliseo Garcia reached on an error his last time up. He has scored the only White Sox run of the night. He is 0 for 1.
Still on that play, I think he had a little bit more time than he thought to make that play.
Right. What about the angle that Moreland's trying to play on this throw? Is that difference making him?
Well, it's like getting a throw from the right fielder, really.
Yeah.
I don't think he's normally ever in position to have to pick a ball out of the dirt from that angle.
I wouldn't think his footwork would feel the same as
I don't think so.
Getting a throw from across the diamond.
And then it was a tough one to pick anyway because it bounced so far out in front of him.
Right. The angle you get from Mitch Moreland's viewpoint.
Yeah, that one bounced so far out in front of him it took a high hop. Mitch has been spectacular really this year at fielding balls in the dirt like that, saving errors for the infielders, and that one was even too much of a test for him.
1-2 the count to Garcia. Now 2-2. That for Gallardo, his 97th pitch of the night. And with Gallardo approaching 100 pitches, the call has gone out to the bullpen to get some action going. John Edwards, right-hander, beginning to loosen. Gallardo ready, a check of first. And another foul tip. Gallardo this year has only had 4 games where he has gone over 100 pitches. And it looks like he's headed toward that territory tonight. But last time out, he went to 104. His high for the year, 118. That was back on the 3rd of May, his first May start. Two balls, 2 strikes. Got him swinging. That cutter up. And Garcia could not get on top of it. That is strikeout number 3. 1 gone. Alexei Ramirez coming up. And we'll send it over to John Radigan for a Mazda game break. All right, John, thank you. Alexei Ramirez is 1 for 2 this evening. In the center field, playable out there for Leonis Martin. Out number 2. Now, speaking of the Astros, how about our T-Mobile game changer? Last night, Lance McCullers for the Astros. A complete game, 4-hitter, 11 strikeouts. 4th career major league start for Houston. And Lance McCullers gaining some notoriety very quickly down in Houston.
Yeah, he was a high draft choice, one of the gems of the Astro farm system. And for a high school kid, he got through the big leagues fairly quick.
Gordon Beckham, the hitter. Another foul tip right off the mask of Robinson Chirinos.
His dad pitched for the Rangers back in 1992. Lance McCullers Sr.
At least once a game.
Yeah.
Seems like
he's already fouled one off his foot earlier in the game.
Robinson with his eyeballs working correctly now. He let him shake back into their normal path. 0-1 the count to Gordon Beckham, who is 1 for 1. A sacrifice fly drove home the only Chicago run. That was in the 4th inning. Takes a strike here. It's 0-2. Beckham had a single leading off the 2nd tonight. Gallardo nods in agreement. The right-hander is ready. 1 ball and 2 strikes. That was pitch number 103 for Giovanni. What a jump by Adam LaRoche. A little pop-up that Orland can't get to. LaRoche bouncing off first base, and Gallardo never checked him. He timed his jump so that he was maybe 2/3 of the way to second base by the time Gallardo got rid of the ball. If Beckham hadn't fouled that pitch off, he would have had to throw to third to head him off. Gallardo set for another 1-2 pitch. That will even the count. Well, you might think with the way things have been going for Gallardo, at least pitch count wise, and what he's been able to do, that this would probably be his last man. Call strike 3. We'll see if Giovanni is able to go back out for the 7th. Couple of strikeouts in the inning. There was an error and 1 left. We played 5.5 at Globe Life Park. It's the Rangers 1 and the White Sox 1 on Fox Sports Southwest. Sonic. Tonight's jackpot is $1,400 and dinner for two at Sonic Drive-In. If a Ranger hits a home run during the inning, Pam Bannister from Mesquite, Texas will win $1,400. And if a Ranger hits a grand slam this inning, Pam Bannister will win $25,000. You can register at any participating Sonic restaurant. Good luck, Pam, and see if the Rangers can put some cash in your pocket and get on top on the scoreboard. Elvis tonight, a couple of strikeouts against Rodon. The left-hander misses outside for ball one. Elvis currently hitting at .235 as he starts off the Rangers sixth. Rangers with 5 hits tonight. Out of play down the right side. Rodon to the wind. The left-hander deals. 2-1. Elvis has started all but one game at shortstop this year. He takes that high and outside. 3 balls and a strike. So Elvis trying to get aboard to start this 6th inning. Joey Gallo, Ranger third baseman, waits to be next. And ball 4. Rangers have the go-ahead run aboard with nobody out. And we'll take a look at our Ford leaderboard tonight. Since May 1st, nobody in baseball has hit more home runs than the Rangers. 46 of them. And you can credit Joey Gallo with 2 of those because he has had one in each of his first 2 major league games. And looking to make history here with a 3rd game with a home run. Joey tonight has struck out both times that he has faced Rodon.
You know, Rodon is not the first 22-year-old to throw this kind of a game against the Rangers on this homestand. You go back to the Red Sox series, the Rangers faced Eduardo Rodriguez. Big, strong lefty who was throwing very well himself. He pitched into the 8th inning, didn't give up a run. I think he had 7 or 8 strikeouts in that game, too. Combine it, the job Rodriguez did with what Sale and Rodon are doing in this game, in this series, and it's been some tough lefties for the Ranger hitters in this series.
That's been bookends with Rodriguez throwing the first game of this homestand, and now Rodon throwing the last one. Throw Sale in there last night too. But
2 young guys in their early 20s. I see a lot of them over the years. They stay healthy.
Jake Petrichka up and loosening in that White Sox bullpen. No balls, 1 strike, the count to Gallo. A little bit high with the fastball. 1-1. Joey, of course, called up 2 days ago and at Double-A Frisco. He had just about run the string out. He was going to get moved up to probably Triple-A Round Rock when the call came for him after Adrian Beltre's injury. The center field, that jammed him a little bit. It's going to stay in the ballpark. Elvis tagging at first. He's headed for second. Ahead of the tag, he's in safely. A good heads-up base running play by Elvis. A good read on the ball. Gallo flies out for the first out, but Elvis now in scoring position with Robinson Chirinos coming up.
Yeah, Elvis made up his mind quickly that he was going to go. Ball got in just a little bit on Joey. He doesn't have to get all of it to hit it out of the ballpark, but needed a little bit more than that. Throws a little bit offline. Not sure if Eaton felt like Elvis was going to tag up and run on this play or not. But Elvis going all the way. Gets into scoring position in a 1-1 ball game. That's a big play. Last couple of days it really wouldn't have shown up too much in the blowouts, but in a 1-1 game it could be a huge part of the game.
Yep, you're right about that. 1 ball, no strikes, the count to Robinson Chirinos. Rangers tonight 1 out of 6 with runners in scoring position. They've been doing a much better job of that of late. Last 4 games, they've been a .311 hitting team in these situations. Rangers, you remember, at one point, not too long ago, were hitting right around 200 with runners in scoring position, and now they're up as a team to 241. One of the reasons right now they're tied for second in the American League in runs scored overall. 1-0 pitch coming to Chirinos. Instead, time was called by Dana Denuth. Got out of the way. Well, prior to these last 2 at-bats, the numbers 5, 6, and 7 hitters for the Rangers. Andrus, Gallo, and Chirinos had struck out 6 times. All 6 times they had faced Rondon.
Well, that's been one of the biggest reasons why, right there, that hard slider.
Yep.
He struck out 10 in the ballgame, and I don't know if all 10 of them have been on the slider, but most of them have.
Elvis getting his lead from second, peering in from his vantage point. Elvis going to third, and the pitch is popped foul. Well, he had third base stolen probably, but pitch too good for Robinson Chirinos to let pass by. And part of the problem that, or I shouldn't say the problem, one of the weaknesses that Rodon has in his game is that he takes a little while to unload the ball to home plate. He has a kind of a high leg lift and doesn't vary that much. The White Sox have been working with him a little bit on it. And, of course, Robin Ventura knows the value of being able to get the ball to home plate quickly with good runners on base like Elvis Andrus. Crowd getting into it here in the 6th inning. We're going to see the Rangers get on top in this ballgame. 1-2 to Chirinos. Infield for the White Sox, a couple of steps around to the left for Robinson. A little bit low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Alexei Ramirez well over into the hole. And Carlos Sanchez, the second baseman, not very far from second base. 5 1/3 for Rodon tonight with 10 strikeouts. Remember, Chris Sale last night had 13 punch-outs. And this has been a strikeout fest for the White Sox starters the last 2 nights. Rodon ready again. The 2-2 coming. Again, Elvis going to third. Ground ball in the hole, and Ramirez checks Elvis to make sure he's going to stop at third before throwing out Chirinos. No, 2 outs. Elvis now just 90 feet away with that go-ahead run. And Don Cooper coming out to have a little conference. We've got everybody on the infield and the battery there listening to Don Cooper talk about what they want to do with Leonys Martin. Probably be aware of the possibility of a bunt even with 2 outs. Leonys has already had a bunt single tonight. It was back in the 2nd inning. Two outs, Elvis at third. Again, LaRoche, the first baseman, playing back behind the bag by some 10 or 12 feet.
Yeah, with a man on third base, that could be a nice invitation.
Yeah.
To try to get a bunt single and put the Rangers ahead by a run.
Now the 1-0. Well, even if you tried to bunt that one, that's going to be a problem. That slider working away.
Beckham at third base is slightly behind the bag, so he could pretty much pick which side of the infield he wanted to bunt on if he laid down a good one.
2-1. Flowers, kind of like he was hollering back at Danny DeMuth about the call. And Danny DeMuth giving him a little bit back to Tyler Flowers. Leonis lays off that one. 3 balls and a strike. Leonis can keep this inning alive. Hanser Alberto, right-hand hitter, waits to be next. And you would wonder then with Rodon being up over 100 pitches, if this wouldn't be his last hitter. 3-2. Season with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. That's a .250 hitter. Full count, the payoff pitch. Right back to the mound. Rodon, high throw, but LaRoche a pretty big target over there. And the Rangers can't do a thing with the leadoff walk. They strand a runner. We're going to the 7th, still deadlocked at 1. Our four-game summary begins with Chris Fielder driving home a run in the first inning. Liner to Shields scoring, and so far that has been the only run of the game for the Rangers. The run for the White Sox game on a sacrifice fly from Gordon Beckham. And Carlos Rodon with a big strikeout night, 10 of them in his 6 innings of work. It looks like Rodon is probably finished for the night. His counterpart, Giovanni Gallardo, is finished for the night, and John Edwards has come out of the bullpen to take over. Well, the big guy from Keller on now. It's a battle of the bullpens here at Globe Life Park on this Thursday night.
Oh, both starters pitched well. Both of them had command issues at times during their 6 innings. Giovanni finished strong, though. He had 2 good innings right at the end. 3 up, 3 down quickly in the 5th. An error to lead off the 6th, and then 3 quick outs and 2 strikeouts. He ends up without an earned run, 2 walks and 4 strikeouts. Solid 6 innings. Pretty much what we expect from him, what he's been doing almost every time out.
John Edwards, the 27-year-old right-hander. Saw John night before last year against the White Sox. Flowers off the fly ball to left, hit pretty well, but there's room in front of the wall. That thing kept going. And Delano to Shields had to make a little pirouette leap going into that out-of-town scoreboard, but he comes away with the ball.
Didn't even look like Flowers came close to getting that ball, and he drove it all the way to the base of the wall. Saw him in his first at bat just reach out and flick a hard line drive to fairly deep right field. And now he just hit one looked like off the end of the bat and went all the way to the wall.
U.S. Cellular Field, that thing's 3/4 of the way back in the bullpen back there.
Probably would have been.
Good thing we're not playing up there.
Yep.
Here's Carlos Sanchez. Sanchez 0 for 2. A foul pop out and a fly out. He chops one right behind the bag at first, and it's foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. Edwards worked an inning in that 15-2 Ranger win here on Tuesday night. Gave up a hit, had a strikeout, no damage done. He has yet to surrender a run in any of his 5 previous outings. Breaking ball hangs high and tight. 2-1. To center field. Notice Martin almost dead in his tracks. Had to move 2 steps to his right. That's out number 2. So for John Edwards, a couple of fly balls. Dispensing with the first 2 White Sox that he faced. Now Adam Eaton will step in.
Yeah, John Edwards is kind of working his way into the regular rotation out of the bullpen. Kind of a 6th or 7th inning guy. He's come in and shown a good fastball, 93 to 95 miles an hour. Good breaking pitches too. Looked like an overhand curveball right there to go along with his hard slider. He's pitching great in AAA. He seems to be throwing the ball really well now in the big leagues. A good opportunity.
Good fastballs upstairs to Adam Eaton. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Yeah, the big thing for Johnny, he comes in and throws strikes.
Yep.
You know, if you can get with his stuff, you come in and do that. You get folks out in the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th innings, wherever they want to throw you. 2-1 to Eaton. And our Skag pitch tracker showing that last one just off the inside corner. Very high. Did I jinx him?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
If he walks this guy, then he did.
Okay. I'll just say it right up front. Sorry, Tom. 3-1 pitch is coming. A full count. If Eaton is able to get aboard, he has good speed. And you got Melky Cabrera waiting to swing the bat next. The other half, Cabrera leading off the 8th inning. Double-barreled action out there in the Ranger bullpen. Keone Kela and Sam Freeman. Edwards to the wind, the payoff pitch. Little looper to the left. That is going to fall for a base hit. Right out in no man's land, and Adam Eaton with good speed now aboard. And Melky Cabrera coming to the plate. This might be a case of wanting to turn Cabrera around to hit from the right side of the plate. He has had no luck at all against left-handed pitchers.
I think you're right.
Jeff Bannister's headed to the mound. He wants Sam Freeman to come out of the bullpen. So John Edwards faces 3 hitters, gets 2 of them, gives up a base hit. Sam Freeman will come on to face Melky Cabrera. 1 on, 2 outs in the 7th. We'll come back to Globe Life Park right after this timeout on Fox Sports Southwest. America as the Angels square off against the Yankees. Coverage begins at 12:30 p.m. on your home for baseball every Saturday, Fox and Fox Sports 1. And our own Dave Burchett will be directing that game in Kansas City. You can see on Fox Sports 1. Nice to see somebody in our group is working.
Well, I guess it depends how you look at it, Buzz.
Okay, it's nice to
I'm
see.
I'm going to be golfing.
It's nice to see that he's working. How's that?
Well, Dave enjoys his job, so he'll be having fun. But I don't know if he'll be having as much fun as some of us who are golfing. But the other thing is, he'll be cashing a paycheck for working that day.
That's true.
So that, I guess, is the ultimate amount of fun you can have.
Sam Freeman, 27-year-old left-hander out of Hebron High School in Carrollton. Also out of the University of Kansas. Working to Melky Cabrera. We mentioned Cabrera having trouble hitting against left-handers. And you probably ask, well, how much trouble? How about 087 this year against left-handed pitching? That's as opposed to 278 against right-handers. Freeman misses high and away for ball one. 1 for 3 tonight. The average overall at 237 for Cabrera. And over the last 25 ball games, Cabrera really in a funk. A 204 average. And a fastball right down through there. 1-1. Sam Freeman came in last night, worked an inning, very uneventful inning. Rangers captain over there begging food again.
Must be Mr. Ed. She's talking to him.
Runner going. The throw to second is late. And even able to swipe second base. And he is now in scoring position with 2 outs. Eaton reading that move from Freeman pretty well, and he didn't waste any time. So the White Sox with a runner in scoring position now. Eaton out there at second. White Sox tonight 0 for 3 in these situations. Third stolen base of the year for the White Sox center fielder. 2 balls, 1 strike to Cabrera. 2-2.
I'll take my chances with that same one again.
Yep. I would agree with you. Doesn't look like Cabrera is able to catch up with anything away from him. It's got some heat on it. Broken bat and out to shortstop for Elvis. That will do it. Nice job by Sam Freeman. A hit, a runner stranded, will take the stretch in Arlington. 1-1 the score. Folks, the LA Dodgers make a rare interleague appearance right here on June 15th and 16th. And the first 25,000 fans at the game on the 16th will receive an MLB Network tote bag. Visit TexasRangers.com or call 972-RANGERS to get your tickets today. Again, a nice-sized crowd out here at Globe Life Park. In the neighborhood of 30,000 this evening. Jake Petrichka has come out of the White Sox bullpen, second night in a row. We have seen Petrichka. This is 20th ball game. 0-1 with a .432 earned run average. Petrichka on now to face Hanser Alberto to start off the 7th inning. Alberto 1 for 2 tonight. And a second inning single, extending his career opening hit streak to 6 straight ball games. Chopper wide of third. Going to be a tough play for Ramirez. He unloads in a hurry. And a nice dig on the long hop by LaRoche. Well, Ramirez showing you some pretty good hands to get rid of that ball that quickly.
Yeah, he's a slick fielder, and he knew that was his only way to make that play. It's a slowly hit ball. It's in the hole. He doesn't have time, really, to do anything but that. Might have played it that way on a long hop for LaRoche. Got it over there accurately. White Sox are accustomed to seeing him play that kind of defense.
Well, one out on that very strong play by Alexei Ramirez. And now Delino DeShields takes a fastball from Petrichka for strike 1. Delino tonight 1 for 3. A double in the first inning and scored the only run of the game for the Rangers so far. That's strike 2. Some rehab news for you. Neftali Feliz going on a rehab assignment to Round Rock. He'll get in a ball game on Saturday. I expect him to pitch 1 inning in his first outing down there. The 1-2 pitch. 2-2. And good news also last night, Matt Harrison able to work 5 innings.
Yeah, AAA game.
AAA ball game, got a W. Through close to 80 pitches. Stag pitch tracker showing me that last one pretty close to the bottom of the strike zone. 3-2 now. Well, Delino trying to get aboard for the second time tonight. Shin-Soo Choo waiting to be next. Flowers wants that fastball away. The payoff pitch. Slow chopper. Going to be a tough play for Beckham. He can't get the handle.
Forget it.
And that is a base hit for Delino DeShields. Even if Beckham fields that ball, I don't think he's able to get DeShields.
And every time there's a ground ball hit slowly to the infield by Delino, it just forces the hand of the infielder. You don't have time to play it safe and make sure you catch it. You know you got to pull and have it and throw it as quickly as you can. And it looked like the ball had some spin on it. When it hits, it goes a little bit to the right. He has to reach back for it. And there's nothing he could do.
And now with a left-hander in the bullpen, Robert Ventura is coming out of the White Sox dugout. The Rangers have Chu, Fielder, and Moreland, all 3 left-handers in a row now. And starting with Chu with 1 on and 1 out. And Zach Duke out there. The left-hander from Waco is loose and ready if Robin Ventura decides to go that way. Rangers on the bench have Adam Rosales and Jake Smolinski, strictly right-handed hitters. Carlos Corcoran, of course, a switch hitter. Dana DeMuth going to go out there and see if he can't hurry the proceedings along just a bit. Robin Ventura pointing with his left hand. Apparently that's the signal. I want Duke to come in. Nope. Forget the left-hander here with 1 on and 1 out in the 7th. Rangers and White Sox deadlocked at 1. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back to Globe Life Park right after this. 1-1 ball game. Zach Duke, the left-hander out of Midway High School in Waco, set to go to work against Shin-Soo Choo. Saw Duke last night, worked an inning in the third, gave up the long Joey Gallo home run. Choo tonight is 0 for 1 officially. He has had a couple of walks, and he has struck out. Delino DeShields, of course, with very good speed at first base. 12 stolen bases on the year for Delino. That's good for third in the American League stolen base race. Duke again tossed to first. I know Choo would love to have that hole to shoot for on the right side with Delino there, but I got to think if DeShields gets a jump, he can try and swipe second.
Definitely.
Inside for ball one. Choo a 247 average as he faces Duke. Checking with Tony Beasley down at third. Delino DeShields stepping off that lead at first. Zach Duke, a belt high set. And Choo got tied up with that fastball.
It's a pretty good movement on it. He runs this ball back in towards Shin-Soo.
Duke studying the signs from Tyler Flowers. Pitch out that almost wasn't a pitch out.
Almost threw it for a strike.
Yeah. Tyler Flowers coming out of that crouch pretty quickly. And Robin Ventura saying, was it or wasn't it? I don't know. Two balls and a strike. Now 2-2. A little disheartened after missing that breaking ball that stayed over the plate. Shin-Soo having a good homestand. On 6 for 18 in the first 6 games of this homestand. Duke back to it. Instead, it's a toss to first.
As a runner, you'd love to get his best move so you know what you're dealing with. Got a big lead.
Yeah, you've seen about 3 different variations of that move.
It doesn't look like anything that's causing him a great deal of problems. It's just a matter of how quickly he can deliver the ball to the plate.
Duke again set. DeShields off the bag. Inside, 3-2. Meanwhile, Shin-Soo Choo working the count full, and with one out now, Choo trying to get aboard to join DeShields. We have Prince Fielder, injured DH, waiting to be next. Duke okays the sign, a check of first, and a chopper down to first, but it's foul. Delino was not going on that 3-2 offer. The fielder hitting next, would you tend to not have DeShields running on this?
Maybe. You want him to get in at bat. I still like the idea, no matter who's up there, trying to get him into scoring position. So, you know, I think if he can get a good jump, you count on Choo to make some contact or take ball 4.
Yeah, they got him picked off here. The throw to second, and safe at second.
Oh, he just go ahead and get picked off. Ramirez is signaling toward the dugout to take a look at it.
Ventura will have someone take a look at it upstairs, no doubt. Here's what they will see.
He's going on first movement. As soon as he moved, he went. Left-handed first baseman makes the throw a little bit easier.
they're going to lose that one if they challenge it.
That's not even close.
That's wishful thinking for Alexei Ramirez.
He must have thought he touched something else.
Probably thought when he hit the ground that was Delino. Well, Robin Ventura is still out in front of the dugout waiting for an answer.
Bad connection to the clubhouse.
And now he's going to go take a seat. We got the bad
Ramirez is still wanting him to do it. He's looking into the dugout. That's because they saw the replay, big guy, and you didn't touch him in time.
The stolen base for DeShields. Watch him hit the dirt right there. He probably thought when he hit the dirt that he had tagged DeShields. 3-2 pitch is fouled back. Chu trying to bring home DeShields.
Little guy got a ball.
Happy young man right there.
Boy, look how happy his sister's got a big glove, too. Wow, that's great.
DeShields getting his lead from second. Another 3-2 pitch. Got him swinging. Fastball that found its way by Shin-Soo Choo. That is out number 2. And they'll bring up Prince Fielder. I don't think that Prince is going to get the opportunity to swing the bat here.
Well, against Rodon, he had 2 hits. He had an RBI single and a line shot up the middle. So I think he called that one, Buzz. No disrespect toward Mitch. It's just one guy's hitting 355 and one guy's hitting 290.
Exactly.
So you go with the percentages.
And Mitch tonight is 0 for 3. Well, if you ever wanted to see a short synopsis of how much Beltre's absence means, this is it right here.
Yeah, for sure.
Duke getting ready to toss the 4th wide when he does. Prince down to first with the intentional pass. So 2 on with 2 out. Moreland coming to the plate with a couple of strikeouts and a fly out to deep left. See if Mitch can get that left center field stroke going. He feels that when he is able to do that, drive the ball to the opposite gap, that he can hit left-handers as well as right-handers. That's what he needs right here. He's got DeShields at second. Prince Fielder at first. 2 outs in the 7th inning. A 1-1 game. Fastball finds the outside corner at the knees. Mitch this year just a .219 average so far with runners in scoring position. Got that one up in his fist. And he's now down in an 0-2 hole. Zach Duke working both sides of the plate through both Chu and Moreland. Duke, the wily veteran, originally came up with Pittsburgh and has moved around, and our Skag pitch tracker showing you that last one right on the inside corner. 0-2 pitch. And a looper foul. And Mitch spoiling a pretty good pitch. With runners at first and second, the White Sox don't choose to go into an extreme overshift. And Alexei Ramirez maybe 2 steps to the third base side of second. Still a pretty good gap at shortstop. And Mitch able to fight off that fastball. Still 0-2. Fielder trailing the liner to Shields. Zach Duke picks out a sign, and he's set.
He's hanging in there.
Yes, he is.
Hasn't seen much to hit. Doesn't take much, though. Just loop one into the outfield somewhere. Won't take much to score at the lineup. With 2 outs, he'll be moving the second the ball makes contact with the bat.
And as far as the outfield arms are concerned, Garcia in right has an above-average arm, but both Eaton and Cabrera in left field are below average. Another 0-2. And a ground ball pulled to the right side. Sanchez will throw out Moreland of the Rangers. Can't get it done in the 7th. They get a hit and a walk. Strand 2. We're moving on to the 8th inning. Rangers 1, the White Sox 1.
Fan the game, it has to be Fuchsia. Comes from Oklahoma, brought 30 students, half from China, and you're taking in your very first baseball game. What do you think, Fuchsia?
We love Rangers. We had a great time. We had nacho. We have just a wonderful, fun time. And go Rangers!
There we go. Can you say go Rangers beat the White Sox in Chinese, huh?
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 加油 Rangers!
There we go. Good day, mate. Here's the bat. Congratulations. Thank you.
I didn't know that Noxie spoke Chinese. Good mate goes in there pretty well. Keone Kela has come out to take over here in the top of the 8th inning. Kela facing Jose Abreu to start things off. The 22-year-old right-hander deals strike one. Kela, his 26th appearance of the year.
And Keone's kind of elevated his status from early in the year, maybe a 6th inning guy, to an 8th inning guy tonight. And he's earned it with those numbers.
Abreu fouls one straight back. No balls and 2 strikes.
And it seems like his velocity is elevated as the season has gone on. He's pitched frequently. Early in the season, his fastball was more 92, 94-ish. Now it's 95, 97-ish.
That's the proper trending.
I like to see that. Yeah, be 114 by the end of the year. we got 4 more months to go.
Abreu pops one foul. He'll be tough come Christmas time. Abreu tonight 0 for 2 with a walk. Just back in the lineup last night after sitting out 3 ball games. That inflamed index finger was bothering him. Another 0-2 pitch.
Might have been a shot right there.
Yep. Keone has not given up a run since back on the 16th of May. It was in the better part of 3.5 weeks. Sharply hit, but pulled foul by Abreu. Still no balls, 2 strikes. Crowd on hand tonight, 27,616. Kind of a warm, sultry late spring night. 1-1 game, Rangers and White Sox knotted up here in the 8th inning. Fly ball into the left field corner. A long run for Delino to Shields. He catches up with it right before he runs into the wall.
That's the one we're talking about. If you can get there quickly enough, it makes it somewhat of an easier catch because you're not going full speed to contend with the wall. He gets there quickly enough to where he was able to slow down slightly and anticipate the wall. Doesn't make it an easy play because, as Max said yesterday, there's padding there, but it's still pretty hard when you go into the wall. You still risk an injury.
Well, nice play by Delino. Boy, talk about elevating your game, man. The young guy has done it all defensively and offensively for the Rangers. The 1 out, here's Adam LaRoche, who is 0 for 3. Rangers going to an extreme overshift, and LaRoche hits one up the middle. Elvis tried to make a jump throw and couldn't find the handle. LaRoche is going to beat out an infield single. Now a little squibber right off the end of the bat up the middle. And Elvis got to it. He was going to try and make his patented jump throw and popped out of his hand.
Yeah, that would have been a funny angle for him to make that jump throw just a little bit to the left of the bag. LaRoche has hit a couple of balls into the shift that have caused some problems. He hit the ground ball to Alberto in the 6th inning, way out in right field, got on an error. This little dribble, it turns out to be an infield hit.
Avisail Garcia now up, and Keller pulling that string on that breaking ball in the first pitch. And Garcia was dialed in for the heat. He didn't get it.
Anytime you see a guy swing like this at the first pitch, a breaking ball, I'm sure a pitcher says to himself, that was a good choice because he was geared up to hit my fastball. I'm glad I crossed him up and threw something different.
Now 0-1 the count to Garcia. He pops it foul the other way at 95 right on the fist. Keone Kela, boy, for a guy that's going through a learning process, he has been extremely good while he's learning. And that's a great combination. And you're not sacrificing anything as far as the team being able to win when a young man is getting the experience he needs. Got him swinging.
You're right, Fuzz. He's got different weapons. He's just not a flamethrower. He can get you out in a lot of different ways. He can look like a finesse pitcher sometimes. Good overhand curveball has given hitters fits this year.
Nice job by Robinson Chirinos to make sure that ball didn't get back to him. Get back by him. Well, that's pretty good. 10 strikes and 10 pitches. I don't think you can do much better than that. 2 outs for Alexei Ramirez. There's 1 for 3 tonight. Had a 4th inning single. Adam LaRoche at first. Not really much of a base stealing threat. And the first pitch from Keone is a bit low for ball 1. Alexei Ramirez, 228 average. Along with a single to center, he has flied out to center twice. And that's low. 2 balls, no strikes. Keone Kela, along with starting to rack up some strikeouts. Not walked many people. He hasn't issued a walk since the middle of May. Only allowed 7 walks. And he has struck out 21. 22 now with the strikeout of Garcia. Hard hit. Gallo has it go off his glove and into foul territory. And over to cover third just in case Keone Keller. That was a bullet down to Joey Gallo at third.
Joey hasn't had a lot of chances, but the ones he's had have been tough ones.
In the first ball, he was charged with a throwing error. That was to his left. This one was at his right ankle and scalded. Kind of slingshotted out of his glove into foul territory. Still waiting for a decision from the official scorer, Will Rudd. He is going to give Joey Gallo his second error of the night. So first and second with 2 outs, and Gordon Beckham is at the plate. Takes inside for ball 1.
4th error for the Rangers tonight. The 1 run was an unearned run because of an error. They pitched around the other ones so far. Hopefully another time right here.
Beckham's sacrifice fly brought home the only run of the game for the White Sox. He's going to fly out to center to end this threat in the 8th inning. No runs, a hit, an error, and 2 men are left. After 7.5, Rangers and White Sox tied at 1.
Blythe Park in Arlington. This wraps up a 7-game homestand for the Rangers. They will head up to Kansas City after tonight's game to begin a 3-game set against the Royals. Game 1 features a couple of the American League's hottest hitters, Prince Fielder and Mike Moustakas. The first of 3 being played right here on Fox Sports Southwest. Things get going at 7 o'clock. Thanks so much to the fine folks at AT Uverse for providing this valuable information, guys.
All right, Ann, thank you. The Rangers come to bat here in the bottom of the 8th, a 1-1 game. And Elvis Andrus, who is 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts and a walk. Elvis walked to open up the 6th inning. He would love to get on base here to start the 8th inning. He tried to butt his way aboard. Fouled it back. It is 1-1. Rangers 1 run on 6 hits and 4 errors tonight. The White Sox 1 run, 5 hits and no errors. Rangers had 2 hits in each of the first 2 innings, and since then have only had 2 hits total. And Elvis skies one to right field.
And Garcia is playing him very shallow too. We've seen DeShields hit a ball over his head. And if Elvis hit that more shallow, he could do the same thing right there.
1 out. Now Joey Gallo. The last time that Gallo faced Zach Duke, he took him into the upper tank. That was last night. And Gallo trying to become the first man to open up a career with home runs in his first 3 games. And he's going to have a base hit to center field. Didn't leave the ballpark, but Rangers have the go-ahead run aboard with 1 out.
Well, the last 2 days he's kind of salvaged the day after an 0 for 3 with a base hit today, a home run last night. Fastball sinking down and in. That's what he hit this time.
Well, with Gallo on at first now after this base hit, back out to the mound. That right-hander Robinson Chirinos to be the hitter, and Ventura going to the bullpen. So pitching change underway here in the 8th inning. 1 on, 1 out, a 1-1 game. We're back right after this. With MLB.com at bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball. At bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, statcasts, and a lot more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet. Now the 25-year-old right-hander Daniel Webb now on to take over on the hill for the White Sox. Robinson Chirinos is the hitter, and Joey Gallo, the runner at first. Webb during just his 3rd ball game since rejoining the White Sox. Webb, a native of Paducah, Kentucky. Originally a Toronto Blue Jay signee. He was taken in the 18th round of the 2009 draft. Webb, a 6'3" right-hander, 215 pounds. He deals high and outside for ball 1. Chirinos tonight is 0 for 3, a couple of strikeouts and a ground ball to short. Webb misses outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Daniel Webb came up to the White Sox the last week of May after working in AAA Charlotte for 15 appearances. That's way outside. 3 balls and no strikes. And the Rangers one bad one away from having the go-ahead run at second base. They had one out, and Robin Ventura not very pleased with the lack of command. As Don Cooper feels about the same way as the pitching coach. There's a strike, 3-1. And again, you put yourself in this position. A walk may be one of the better things that could happen to you. Groove a fastball to Robinson Chirinos, and he can drive it out of here.
You saw where he hit that one foul.
Yeah.
Up in the balcony up there. Get down.
It is down for a base hit. Gallo to second. He'll stop there. Chirinos busted his bat, but he'll take a broken bat for a hit any day. And the Rangers with back-to-back singles. First and second, one out. Leonis Martin coming up.
The Rangers have had a number of opportunities in the game to score more than the one run that they've scored, especially the first inning. After one was in, they had first and third and nobody out. And Rodon pitched out of that jam. Last inning, they had a couple of men on. Elvis led off the sixth inning with a walk, was stranded at third base. The Rangers trying to get that big hit with a man in scoring position right now.
Here's Leonis, who is 1 for 3 at a bunt single his first time up. And he takes a strike from Webb.
Webb's got a good arm, 95 miles an hour with that fastball.
Leonis a .232 average. Got Gallo at second base, carrying the go-ahead run. Chirinos at first. A base hit to right field. Gallo had to hold up to make sure it went through, so he will stop at third. But the Rangers now 3 consecutive singles have loaded the bases for Hanser Alberto.
Well, that was a nice short stroke from Martin right there. Mid-90s fastball. And he just was right on that pitch all the way. Ripped it into right field. Garcia's coming up firing. Boy, that ball would have gone in the dugout if they didn't cut it off. And he's had 7 outfield assists already this year.
If he plays everybody that shallow, I can see why he would. Don Cooper out to talk to the besieged Daniel Webb. Giving up singles for the first 2 hitters he faced. And bases loaded with 1 out for Hanser Alberto.
Well, one thing you like about Alberto in this situation, he makes contact.
Yeah.
He had a couple of good at-bats against Carlos Rodon. He had a base hit against him and a solid fly ball to center. He was one of the few guys that didn't strike out against Rodon. He only struck out a few times in his brief time in the big leagues. Hasn't walked yet either, so he's going to be up there swinging the bat and generally making some contact.
First pitch to him. Maybe expanded the strike zone a little bit.
A little bit over anxious right there. This is where you hear a lot of people say you have to take a deep breath and slow the game down. Don't let it start running at 90 miles an hour right there. That can lead you to swing at a pitch that you normally wouldn't swing at. That pitch was well out of the strike zone.
0-1 pitch from Webb. Ground ball to short. They get second for 1. The return to first is in time for the double play. And boy, Carlos Sanchez just got leveled at second base by Leonis Martin.
And he did a great job of turning that double play too, boy.
Didn't think that was going to happen with Leonis right in his lap.
Boy, you think turning a double play is easy? Look at this kid get knocked down and make a strong throw. He didn't give an inch right there.
What a play by Carlos Sanchez. So the Rangers are thwarted. No runs, 3 hits, 2 left. Still 1-1 on to the 9th inning.
As we head to the 9th inning, and we get ready for Rangers Live up here in the Captain Morgan Club. John Radigan here at Globe Life Park in Arlington, and I know you will stick around for the exciting conclusion to this one. We hope you'll stick around for the dramatic aftermath of that exciting conclusion. We'll talk about it with Mark McLemore. We'll hear from Jeff Bannister, lots of the players as well. It's Rangers Live. It comes your way immediately following this game. Guys, let's get it back over to you.
All right, John, thank you. Well, the Rangers, golden opportunity by the boards. And now Sean Tollison will come in. The ball game still tied at 1. This for Sean Tollison, his first outing that has not been a save situation. It's back on the 17th of May. His last 6 have all been save opportunities that he has converted.
It sure looked like it was going to be a save opportunity. Yep. I didn't think there was any way that they would turn that ground ball that Alberto hit the shortstop into a double play. But boy, that was about as nicely turned a double play as you'll ever see. Ramirez got rid of the ball so quickly, and Sanchez just stood his ground, and Martin made a beautiful slide to try to break it up. You can't do it, any cleaner than that and get a better result. Sanchez still stood his ground and turned it.
0-1 to Tyler Flowers. Here's that double play you're talking about, Tom.
And watch how quickly he gets the ball. Perfect throw, chest high, and Martin went right to the bag, flipped him over, and he still turned it.
Flowers trying to take the ball the other way and couldn't quite connect with Tollison's offering. 1-2. Flowers tonight 0 for 3, a couple of flyouts and a fielder's choice grounder in the 4th. Back to the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sean Tollison in the no rolls bullpen. He's had the role of the closer pretty much this month and last half of last month and this month. Got him swinging. Tollison with a strikeout, and that has been the story for Sean Tollison. Now 31 strikeouts in 23 and 2/3 innings.
He threw it right down the middle, threw it right by him.
Now 1 gone. Here is Carlos Sanchez. Sanchez 0 for 3, but 1 great play at second base. Able to turn that double play. A 169 season average for the young man. 0-1 pitch. And he popped it up. Elvis going out. Leonis Martin calling him off. That was out number 2. Well, back to the top of the order for Sean Tollison. Adam Eaton will come up. And if you're looking forward to the bottom of the 9th inning, the Rangers will have the top of their order. Delino DeShields, Shin-Soo Choo, and Prince Fielder. First 3 in what Sean Tollison is trying to make sure is a tie ball game still. Adam Eaton is 1 for 4 tonight. He's going to try and butt his way aboard, and it's a foul ball. Well, Eaton back to the plate. Eaton had the base hit in the 7th inning. And a 2-out single to left got himself into scoring position, but was stranded at second base. Tollison has the sign. The 0-1 pitch. Goes off the end of the bat. The changeup from Tollison. That's Ramirez saying, yeah, that's where it hit. another foul ball to left. Eaton a .235 average. Trying to get on base here in the top of the 9th inning. Sean Tollison trying to have a 1-2-3 frame. Get the Rangers back into the dugout and commence the walk-off celebration. Eaton's been pretty much of a pest. Fouling off a couple of tough pitches. Same thing as his last at bat, too. One ball, 2 strikes. Sean Tollison, a 26-year-old from Allen, Texas. Into the Rangers via the Los Angeles Dodgers. A waiver claim last October, or 2 years ago. 27,000 umpires here at Globe Life Park. Not happy about that call.
They would have missed that one.
Yeah. Now the 2-2 pitch. Full count. Well, if Eaton is able to extend this top of the 9th, he'll be followed by Melky Cabrera. The 3-2. Pulled to right field. Chu is going to let that one fall in front of him for a base hit. So Eaton has singled his last 2 times up. He is now at first with 2 away. And Cabrera coming up again.
They threw him a changeup, and Eaton got a pretty good part of the bat on it, a little bit toward the end maybe. Was able to stay back far long enough to keep that ball fair and get it for a base hit. Had him reaching for it, but he's still got enough of it.
So that is the 6th Chicago base hit tonight. Melky Cabrera has one of those. It was a single back in the 1st inning. He was 1 for 4. Eaton has a stolen base his last time on first. And Tollison throws a knee-high strike. Sean with that high set checker first. 1-1. The Rangers maybe a step or so around to the right for Cabrera. And Tollison will drive Eaton back. Cabrera, when he's swinging the bat well, uses the entire field very well. Hitting .236 and struggling in the last month or so. Probably tells you he's pretty much a pull hitter. Cabrera, late inning numbers. Not what you would expect from a quality hitter. A ball and a strike, 2 outs. Adam Eaton at first base. There goes Eaton, and the pitch is grounded to the right side. Moreland able to cut it off and go back to the bag, and that will do it. In the top of the 9th inning, no runs a hit, 1 left. Rangers coming to bat in the bottom of the 9th inning. DeShields, Chu, and Fielder. 1-1 the score. in a 1-1 tie. Rangers coming up in the bottom of the 9th inning. The top of the order. Jeff Bannister's ball club making most of the 27,000 on hand tonight stay around. They want to see a walk-off victory here tonight. And the 9th will start with Delino DeShields, who is 2 for 4 this evening. DeShields doubled and scored in the 1st. And an infield single in the 7th inning. Daniel Webb to the plate with strike 1. Webb came on in the bottom of the 8th, gave up a couple of hits, but then got the big double play ground out by Hanser Alberto. DeShields now very quickly down in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Delino a .294 average.
Well, this is the guy you want to get on base, lead off an inning, get the speed on the bases.
Check swing. The appeal to first. He went around, and DeShields called out on strikes. Or on the swing.
Yeah, it looked like the pitch was pretty close to the strike zone, but I don't think that's what was called. Yeah, it's going to be called a strike usually.
So, out number 1. And now Shin-Soo Choo will step in. Choo 0 for 2 officially tonight. A couple of strikeouts. He's also walked twice. 1 ball, no strikes. Webb back to the plate. Lively fastball, but it's a little bit wide. 2 balls, no strikes. And a strike there makes it 2-1.
If that was a strike, that was right at the top of the strike zone. That one, you generally don't see that pitch called a strike.
Choo drives one to right. And Garcia was playing deeper that time, so he comes in and makes the grab. That's out number 2.
Well, he got good contact with that ball. All he had to do is get that one up in the air a little bit, and that'd have been 7 rows back. Right down the middle, nice smooth swing. Made the contact you want to make, just never got the ball up in the air high enough.
Well, with Fielder coming to the plate, Don Cooper going out again to have a little conference on the mound. The question being asked probably is, okay, we're not going to give him anything good to hit, but don't walk him. Now, how do you want to do that? You know, it wouldn't surprise me if they intentionally walked him here.
I've seen that before.
Yeah.
Saw Barry Bonds get walked with the bases loaded. Saw Josh Hamilton get walked one time that way, too.
You know, Flowers is going to get back down behind home plate. Prince tonight is 2 for 3 with an intentional walk. I don't know if that was intentional or not. They went right after him. Strike 1.
Change up.
Outside. A ball and a strike. Fielder now a .360 average.
Yeah, good pitch. Hard slider. Prince is not going for a base hit up the middle right here. He might with 2 strikes, but.
Two and 2.
Danny Webb has pretty good stuff. Mid-90s fastball, and pretty good off-speed pitches to go along with it.
Overshift on for the White Sox. The 2-2 pitch. Way outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Fielder. If Prince is able to get aboard, Mitch Moreland waits in that on-deck circle. Flowers wants the slider. Webb set. Call strike 3. A backdoor slider. The widow caught looking, and we're going to have some bonus baseball. At the end of 9 innings tonight, it's the Rangers 1, the White Sox 1 on Fox Sports Southwest. Jack Link's beef jerky. Field, feed your wild side. And the 10th inning, and Sean Towson back out to the hill. Towson will face the heart of the White Sox order. It'll be Jose Abreu, Adam LaRoche, and Abisail Garcia. Abreu takes ball 1. 0 for 4 tonight with a walk, or 0 for 3, I should say, with a walk is Abreu.
Generally, Sean would be the kind of guy that would come in for 1 inning, but in a tie game, you want your best pitcher out there if at all possible. That's pitch number 20, but no problem for Sean. He's had some pretty good rest.
Abreu, a .282 hitter. Hit his 9th home run of the year last night. Fouls that out of play to the right. And it's 1-2. In extra innings this year, the White Sox are 2-2. 1-0. Or excuse me, the Rangers are 2-2. They are 1-2 here at home. The White Sox are 3-1 and 2-0 on the road. A ball and 2 strikes to Abreu. That is playable in left center. Leonis Martin making the call. 1 out.
Well, even when he doesn't get it, it still makes you take a deep breath. Got that one up in the air, but just didn't have much behind it. Well, that's a big out right there. Get Abreu leading off the inning. Big threat in their lineup. He's down.
Now next to be Adam LaRoche, who is 1 for 4. LaRoche had an infield single his last time up. A little squibber up the middle. Rangers again going to an overshift with Elvis on the first base side of second by 3 or 4 steps. Collison comes in with the off-speed pitch.
Good changeup, get ahead 0-1.
The third baseman Gallo playing midway between second and third. Ground ball right up the middle. That's where Elvis is, behind the bag. That ball almost hit the bag going over.
Sure did. I thought it was going to hit the bag. Elvis did too.
Right fielder Avisaíl Garcia.
Oh, 2 outs. Right over the top of it.
Right over the top of it.
And that's got to be a little bit of a distraction when you're trying to field the ball.
Well, you anticipate it might skip off the top of the bag or pop up in the air. He's kind of back on his heels, but he had his glove down all the way to make the play on it. And you don't have a fast runner, so you didn't have to rush it all.
Avisaíl Garcia takes a good breaking ball from Collison for strike 1. Garcia 0 for 3 with a walk. He has scored the only run for the White Sox tonight. He led off the 4th, getting a board on an error by Joey Gallo. He chops one to third. Gallo across the diamond, right on the money. Oh, 1-2-3 inning for Sean Tylerson. He gets the Rangers back in the dugout. Time for them to go to work with the lumber. Moreland, Andrus, and Gallo. 1-1 the score. Is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. By AT&T UVerse TV. UVerse has more live TV channels on the go than cable. And by your Texas Ford dealer. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer now for great deals on America's best-selling brand. Ford is the best in Texas. Mitch Moreland to start things off here in the Ranger 10th inning, a 1-1 ball game. Moreland, Andrus, and Gallo, the 3 scheduled to hit against Daniel Webb. Mitch 0 for 4 tonight. A couple of strikeouts, a fly out, and a ground out. And he pounds one hard. It's off the glove of Sanchez. It triples into right field. That was a smash. And it's going to be a base hit.
The Rangers have had a couple of balls hit hard. Chu hit that line shot right to Garcia. Mitch hit this about as hard as he can hit a ground ball. All I have to do is get the ball up in the air a little bit. He's hitting solidly.
Number 9, Adam Rosales.
Adam Rosales has come off the Ranger bench. Now he will pinch run for Mitch Moreland at first base. He represents the winning run. Elvis Andrus is the hitter. Elvis, of course, the master of the sacrifice bunt. We'll see if Jeff Bannister asks him to apply that trade here. Winning run at first, nobody out in the 10th inning. Gordon Beckham, the third baseman for the White Sox, coming down the line. And Elvis not tipping his hand on that throw to first. Elvis is tied for second in the American League with 4 sacrifice bunts. Pitch runner Adam Rosales getting his lead. Around a bunt and bunted foul back to the screen. 0-1. Elvis uncharacteristically kind of poking at that.
Yeah.
Normally Elvis able to set that bat out there and just kind of catch the ball with the bat. Elvis around early this time. Dave Magadan on the left and Jeff Bannister, Steve Buechele. All very interested spectators as they hope that Elvis can get that sacrifice bunt down. He's around again, and the pitch is high. You saw both cornermen, LaRoche from first and Beckham from third, charging down toward home plate. One ball, one strike to count. Hit and run is on, a chopper up the middle, and Rosales beats the play at second. Elvis is thrown out. Ramirez able to try and tag the bag. He did, but Rosales had beat the play at second with great hustle.
Almost resulted in a bad throw to first.
Yep.
Ramirez launched this ball and it bounced about 2/3 of the way to first base. Great shot of him beating the ball, off balance throw, but it was an accurate throw and it took one big bounce right to LaRoche. That could have been disastrous for the White Sox.
Sure could have.
Good hustle by Adam, beat that ball.
Now it works just like a sacrifice, except it cost Elvis an at-bat. Now they're going to walk Joey Gallo intentionally. Not going to take a chance with the young slugger. And they'll put it on the shoulders of Robinson Chirinos. Again, the Rangers have only Jake Smolinski and Carlos Corcoran available on the bench. Ball 3. Gallo 1 for 4 tonight, and he will remain that way. Just add an intentional walk to his resume. And ball 4. Oh, first and second. Winning run out at second base. And Don Cooper again. He's going to wear out a path out to the mound tonight. Robinson Chirinos was the first hitter that Daniel Webb faced coming in the ballgame. And he gave up, Webb gave up a solid single to left field to Chirinos after he'd fallen behind 3 balls and a strike. No, I would think the first message that Don Cooper would take out there is don't get behind him. The single to the outfield here, and might have a walk-off celebration going on in the Rangers dugout and on the field. Chirinos had 1 for 4 tonight. Average at 210. He has been swinging a very good bat. Now had hits in each of his last 3 games. And on this homestand, he is hitting better than 300. Well, Daniel Webb to work through Robinson Chirinos. The winning run at second. That run carried by Adam Rosales. Webb peering in for the sign. Now a check of second. Inside, almost hit it. Chirinos probably having a flashback with the night before last when Jeff Smarja got him on the right hand. A .240 average for Chirinos in these situations this year. 1 ball and 1 strike. Robson trying to end it there by trotting around the bases. Rosales away from second. Gallo away from first. Now time called. Daniel Webb peering in for the sign as Chirinos waits. Little looper out to second, and that is going to be the double play as Rosales caught off the bag and no way to get back. So the Rangers get 2 aboard but get the double play. We'll go to the 11th. Still tied at 1. Season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. We go to the top of the 11th inning here at Globe Life Park, and Tanner Scheppers has come out of the Ranger bullpen to take over on the hill. Scheppers becomes the 6th pitcher used tonight by the Rangers. Tanner with those numbers, his 14th appearance of the year. Is working to Alexi Ramirez starting off this 11th inning. Ramirez 1 for 4 tonight. He had a base hit back in the 4th inning. Last time up reached on an error. That was in the 8th. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, Ramirez might have helped him out a little bit swinging at that pitch, tailing in. Might have been a little bit out of the strike zone. Ramirez is not a guy that's known to walk. He's only walked 5 times in about 200 plate appearances. So he is a free swinger.
Scheppers on last night gave up a 2-run home run to Tyler Flowers in that ball game.
That pitch was at least 6 or 7 inches inside.
2 balls and a strike. Tanner making his 9th appearance since being recalled from AAA back on the 17th of May. To center field, playable for Leonis Martin. That is out number 1.
The deep fly balls would be a lot easier for the outfielders to handle, because in this kind of a game, the outfield plays a little bit deeper. They don't want you to hit the ball over their head and get an extra base hit. They might give you a bloop single. That's the trade-off when you're playing that deep. If it goes over your head, it's going to have to be a home run.
Yeah. Gordon Beckham, the third baseman up there. 1 ball, no strikes. Beckham 1 for 3 tonight. He drove in the game's only run for the White Sox with a sacrifice fly way back in the 4th inning. Had a single in the 2nd. And Shepard leaves that breaking ball high. It's 2-0. Tanner to the wind. And the pitch is high and tight. 3 balls and no strikes. And Beckham hitting 7th in the order, trying to get aboard. The man that had the home run against the Shepherds last night, Tyler Flowers, looming in the on-deck circle. Right down the middle, 3-1. Ground ball on the off the fist to Gallo. Perfect throw to his outs. 2 outs.
They played it the right way. Stayed back on it to get the hop. It was hit hard enough. And as you'll see, he's got an excellent arm. Fires a strike over there. They say when he was in high school, he was a mid-90s fastball when he pitched.
No, 2 away. Here is Flowers. 0 for 4 tonight. And Shepard starts him off with a hook for strike 1. Flowers' 3rd home run in last night's ball game against Shepherds. Not so much here tonight, but 96 sinking down below his knees. 0-2. Tanner back to the plate. Breaking ball, got him swinging. 3 up, 3 down. Shepard gets a strikeout. Rangers will come to bat in the bottom of the 11th. It is still a 1-1 ball game.
Here at Globe Life Park in Arlington, the Rangers attempting to close out this 7-game homestand on a high note. So far 4-2, can make it 5-2 with a walk-off here in the bottom of the 11th. Would make for a happy plane flight to Kansas City, where the Rangers will open up a 3-game set against the Royals beginning tomorrow night. Things get going at 7 o'clock here on Fox Sports Southwest, guys.
All right, Em, thank you. Yeah, we head to the bottom of the 11th, and a new pitcher on the hill for the White Sox. It'll be the left-hander Dan Jennings. He will be asked to face Leonis Martin, Hanser Alberto, and Delino DeShields.
Jennings has pretty good stuff. The one thing you might notice he's walked 14 in 22 innings, so make him throw a strike.
And he does on the first pitch with a breaking ball.
Nasty slider, sure did.
Leonis tonight 2 for 4. He's had a bunt base hit, and he shot one to right field for a single. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Jennings, a 28-year-old. He was 6'3", about 210 pounds. Going from that southpaw side. 2-1. Leonis now with the average trending upward at 236 as he stands at the plate. The 2-1. Dropped in that breaking ball again. 2-2. Jennings out of the University of Nebraska. He was the then Florida Marlins pick back in the 08 draft. Up the middle, that's into center field, a leadoff single. And the Rangers have the winning run aboard with nobody out again.
Well, he threw him a couple of nice sliders for called strikes, and then tried to sneak a fastball by Leonis, and Leonis was having no part of that. Leonis is featuring a nice quick swing tonight, fast swing, 3 hits. Got a guy with speed on, leading off the inning. You have to think this will be a bunt situation.
Yeah.
Ranger had a chance to win it back in the 8th inning, at least get the go-ahead run. Wouldn't have won it right on the spot, but would have put the Rangers ahead. Bases loaded and 1 out.
And Hanser Alberto not wasting any time showing his intention to bunt. He was squared around, and Jennings a little lobbed at first. Same situation, same kind of situation the Rangers had after Mitch Moreland led off the 10th inning and was pinch run for by Rosales, where he has speed on first and a speedy guy at the plate. Elvis Andrus, the hitter at the plate last time, and that's a chopper foul on the bunt attempt. It is 0-1. Elvis got ahead in the count, 2 balls and a strike, and Jeff Bannister elected to go to hit and run, and it almost worked out perfectly. Rosales made it to second base. Elvis was thrown out, but then intentional walk and the line drive double play took care of that threat. Hopefully it'll turn out better this time. A bunt right down the first baseline. It's a fair ball, and avoiding the tag but going out of the baseline to do it. Hanser Alberto is tagged out by Adam LaRoche. So the winning run now at second base with 1 out.
Four out of the last 5 innings, the Rangers have had at least a man in scoring position. Trying to cash in here in the bottom of the 11th.
Well, the Rangers tonight, I'm sorry, Tom, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's one of those balls that might have gone foul, but he couldn't wait to find out. I mean, he had to play it.
Now they're going to walk the right-handed hitting Delino to Shields. You have Shin-Soo Choo, a left-hander, waiting in the on-deck circle. Well, a percentages play, and nice tip of the cap, a compliment to Delino to Shields.
I'll say, for a guy that was a Rule 5 draft pick and not playing much at the beginning of the year, to the Ranger leadoff hitter playing every day, now being walked intentionally with a game on the line.
Yep.
That is coming a long way, but he's earned that.
Yeah, Delino tonight 2 for 5. He's going to add an intentional walk. After that 4th one, puts him down at first.
Shin-Soo hit the ball hard his last time, a line drive to right field. He's walked a couple of times. First 2 times up against Carlos Rodon, he walked.
I don't know what the attraction is for Don Cooper going out to the mound. He knows something out there to story, tell him a story or something. He's back out there again to talk about what they want to do with Shin-Soo Choo and the winning run at second base here in the 11th inning. And he's given the bullpen an opportunity to get looser behind Dan Jennings. Hector Noesi is up and loosening. And you can look, I guess, a couple of hitters down. The next right-handed hitter would be Adam Rosales, and he's 2 hitters away. But Jennings is going to have to deal with Shin-Soo Choo here. 1 out, winning run at second. 11th inning at Globe Life Park. Rangers trying to cap off a great homestand. 5-2 if they win. Jennings a check of second and misses low and away for ball 1. Choo tonight walked his first 2 times up. Since then has struck out twice and lined to right. Leonis Martin with great speed carrying the winning run at second base. Alexei Ramirez, the shortstop, playing right behind him. Pop foul down the third base side. That will reach the seats. And it evens the count at 1-1. Choo does not have any at-bats against Dan Jennings, at least in the regular season. Jennings ready to go. The 1-1 pitch. Ground ball through the hole to left field. Around third, coming in to score the winning run is Leonis Martin, and Shin-Soo Choo walks it off with the base hit.
You could really tell Choo in that at bat was trying to go the opposite way. He was not going to try to pull the ball. Probably felt he was going to get a breaking ball. He went the other way with a foul ball on the left field line and then placed that ground ball in the hole. It's almost like he saw that hole on the left side of the infield and took a shot at it and got that shot and made the best out of it.
Shin-Soo Choo with his 6th career walk-off hit. Well, this is taking a page right out of Prince Fielder's book on how to beat the shift.
Well, they had the shift on with the game on the line, and he wasn't trying to do anything but get a base hit to win the game. There's the hole, and there's the inside-out swing. Straightaway shortstop.
And the eruption on the Ranger bench. Another walk-off victory for your Texas Rangers, and they do cap off a 5-2 homestand. And a great way to head out on the road to take on the Royals and the A's on this road trip. Shin-Soo Choo is the hero of the night. Well, we're going to take a break. When we come back, Emily Jones will be talking with the star of the game, Shin-Soo Choo. Rangers win it in the 11, 2-1. We're back right after this.